Right. We are ready to get started, everyone. Good evening. We will not be playing the music selection during the meeting, of course. All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight, whether you're in person or virtually. My name is Devin T. Murphy. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I now call the regular city council meeting of May 2nd, 2023 to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are able and willing, please stand for the pledge. Thank you, which leads us to item number 2 is our land acknowledgement. And I'll read it. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community, and we thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you again for that, and we are now on to item number 3 of the agenda, which is our roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, good evening, if you will.
Good evening, Mayor Murphy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Here in council, the agenda was posted on April 27th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, posted to the agendas page of the website, distributed to council, and copies made available at the back of the chambers. Does any of the council have a conflict to report on an agenda item this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. That leads us to the next item, which is to convene a closed session. We will go into public comments we will go into public comment after I read item 4A, which is our closed business this evening, which is public employee performance evaluation, government code section 54957. And the title is the city manager. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments this evening?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole, and today I'd like to say a few words in praise of Andrew Murray, our city manager, as his performance is being evaluated by the council. I think that over the past year, in particular, Mr. Murray has done a great job of handling the transition from a pandemic state to more of an endemic state, reopening City Hall to the public more fully, scheduling more public events, and also in terms of hiring on new staff to support the overall departmental transition and counter some of the loss of institutional knowledge that has occurred over the past 5 years, whether it's hiring an HR director or working to staff various departments. He's done a lot of work to implement the council's desired directives and make sure that they're carried out throughout city departmental functions. But he's also been willing, and I think it's important for the council to consider this in evaluating his performance, to push back on the council when it's appropriate, when the council has been asking staff to do too much. I think that was a significant part of last Saturday's presentation, discussing the limits of how much the council can ask in terms of special projects of staff. Not every city manager would necessarily be willing to push back on council like that. Not just to say, okay, we're going to implement what council wants, but also to say, hey, you're asking for too much. You need to ask for less. That's not necessarily a popular thing to do, but I think it is the correct thing for the city manager to do in his role as the head of staff. And I think that's worthy of praise and note by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No more public comment.
All right, thank you so much. Which leads us to our closed session. So we will convene into a closed session, and we should be back by 6:15 p.m. Thank you. Right. We're going to get right back started. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. We're now reconvening into back to the city council meeting, into open session. And for our closed session, there is no reportable action tonight. So we'll continue on with our agenda to item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. And we will go to our city clerk. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers this evening?
Thank you. We do. In person, Rafael Menez and Teresa Teller.
To the Pinole City Council and citizens of Pinole. The scariest moment in my life was telling my best friend in college at the University of Notre Dame that I was going to the hospital because I had psychosis. But to my great relief, my fears were met with compassion, care, and concern. And when my mother found out, she was devastated and wanted to visit me in the hospital. Likewise, when my other good friends at Notre Dame eventually found out about my hospitalization, they were equally devastated upon hearing the news, as if I had almost died. I could not believe the amount of empathy I received for what I had gone through and their reactions. Thus, I grew encouraged to be able to share about my disability slowly to more and more people. Today, I am a survivor of 4 hospitalizations since being diagnosed at age 19 with schizoaffective disorder. One of them occurred during graduate school at Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville in the public administration program. I was able to work with the disabilities office, professors, and faculty for proper accommodation and maintain my 2 part-time jobs and 4.0 GPA. Though it was a huge struggle and ordeal for me, I was inspired by my support and strengthened God to get me through. I had my eyes set on the prize. My testimony to be powerful through a graduate degree with straight A's. Today, I am a public speaker sharing my recovery story. I have appeared on TV live on PBS and on KSDK 3 times in St. Louis. I've been able to weave into my story my musical skills as I earned an English and music degree from the University of Notre Dame. I founded Tuning Out Stigma Presentation Programming, partnering with the National Alliance on Mental Illness affiliate, where I shared my story at universities about how I've coped with my illness. As a composer of music on the piano, I play my original melodies between the phases of my recovery: dark days, acceptance, treatment, coping skills, and successes, hopes, and dreams. I will do the same at the end of this month, Mental Health Awareness Month. I'll present Tuning Out Stigma, my inspirational recovery story. I am a pastor's wife and mother of 3-year-old twins. I have more than 20 years of experience coping with mental illness. I have heard voices, had OCD, paranoid delusions, and anxiety, to the point of having psychosis a few times. The event is free and open to the public. Please help me in my efforts to eliminate stigma associated with mental illness. See how my brain works on Saturday, May 20th at 11 a.m. at Our Savior Lutheran Church, 3110 Avis Way in Pinole. My brain makes you proud.
Thank
So I will come back on the 16th when you're making the proclamation for mental health awareness.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your courage. Next public speaker.
We did have a card for Rafael Menes, but he's no longer. Oh, here he comes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I am a resident of Pinole. And tonight, the main thing I'm talking to you about is the current rate of COVID-19 in the city of Pinole. Unfortunately, we have once again gone above the rate of 50 per 100,000 that I personally am using for my benchmark barometer of whether or not I should wear a mask indoors. I believe we went up to 11 cases over the last 14 days, which gets us, once the website reloads, because there's this lovely habit of canceling out all the data after 30 minutes or so, rather than just leaving it loaded for whatever reason. Yes, our current case rate at 11 is 57.1, which is still doing quite a bit better than San Pablo at 111.4, or Hercules for that matter at 90.6. And all of these numbers are cases last 14 days per 100,000. And the general rule I'd argue is it's safe to not wear masks outdoors if the case rate is below 100 per 100,000. It's safe to not wear them indoors if it's below 50 per 100,000. But of course, everybody is going to ultimately decide their own risk tolerances based on their age, their personal risk factors, those they interact with, and so on. But it's also important to remember that COVID isn't completely gone yet. We're in more of an endemic phase now, but the rates in Pinole ebb and flow over time. And given the population size of Pinole, 50 per 100,000 is a pretty stringent number. Basically, if 10 people or less have had a new COVID case in the past 14 days, we qualify. 11 or more, and we haven't. So at the moment, we're at 11. We could very well be back below that number by the time we speak next week, or we could be above it again. Just a reminder to keep your eye on the data that the county provides, and you can find that at coronavirus.cchealth.org/data details. And be sure to stay safe. Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. That being said, we'll close the first public comment section until the second period, and we will go on to item number 8 instead of item number 7 to spare many of our special guests, including many staff members who are with us this evening. And we'll start with our proclamations. The first proclamation is 8A1, honoring Postman Choi, and we will prepare to read it. Right. This proclamation is recognizing Postman Lawrence Choi on his retirement after 42 years with the United States Postal Service. Whereas on Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 at 8 a.m., Pinole letter carrier Lawrence Choi clocked in for the very last time after 42 years of postal service.
Whereas Choi started his postal career in 1980 as the clerk at the Rincon Annex in San Francisco, before transferring to the Pinole Post Office in 1984 as a carrier.
Whereas Choi chose to become a postal employee because he was curious about the processing and delivery of the mail. He also thought it would be a great opportunity to explore the city and communicate with the community.
Whereas Choi's appointed rounds have been marked by many achievements, including his status as a million mile driver. As a million mile driver award recipient, he has driven 1 million miles without even a fender bender after logging more than 1 million miles delivering the mail.
Whereas Choi has driven the equivalent of 40 times around the globe, all without leaving the city limits. Choi is looking forward to spending his retirement with his family and taking it easy before pursuing any new hobbies.
Now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, and State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby commend Lawrence Choi on his exemplary service to the city and wholeheartedly wish him well in his retirement. I just want to say that someone is in good retirement when they do not want to show up to receive their proclamation. But we will be delivering this to the exemplary gentleman who has been in service to Pinole for 42 years, which is nothing to be to shy away from. That's an incredible service, and we will deliver this to him. So again, congratulations, and thank you so much for serving Pinole, and congratulations on your retirement. All right. We will, oh yes, please. All right. We will continue on with our next proclamation, and we have a few tonight. So we'll start with let's start with our 54th annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, because I think this is a big deal. This week is April 30th through May 6th, which is our 54th annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of the local government, exists throughout the world, and the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants. And
Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and
Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And
Whereas Olivia Rojo joined the city clerk's department in September of 2022 and has already become an integral part of the team, making improvements to document tracking and record-keeping processes and providing excellent customer service to staff, the city council, and to the public.
Whereas Deputy City Clerk Roxanne Stone recently reached the milestone of 5 years with the city of Pinole in April 2023 and is on track to achieve the designation of a certified municipal clerk by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks in November of this year, an honor which required 2 years of education and technical training through the City Clerks Association of California, in addition to her experience as Deputy City Clerk since 2021.
And now therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire city of Pinole, do recognize the week of April 30th through May 6th, 2023 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our very own Professional Municipal Clerk, Heather Bell, Deputy City Clerk, Roxanne Stone, and Administrative Assistant, Olivia Rojo, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Congratulations. And we would love to get a picture with you all because we never get to have a picture with you. So council, if you will join me at the podium. All right, this meeting is exciting because we get the opportunity to honor many employees this evening. The next one is around Public Works Month/week. And we will be honoring a few folks today. So I'll start us off. May 21st through May 27th is National Public Works Week. Whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Pinole. And
whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, wastewater treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, parks, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Pinole to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And
Whereas Pinole Public Works has completed a sanitary sewer master plan, which documents the current state of the city's sanitary sewer infrastructure, projects future needs based on growth, and recommends capital projects and operational improvements. And whereas Pinole Public Works completed roadway rehabilitation of San Pablo Avenue from the western city limits to Pinole Shores Drive. And whereas Pinole Public Works secured grant funds for the installation of a traffic signal and associated safety improvements at the Apping Way and Malessa Road intersection. And
Whereas Pinole Public Works placed 10 tons of asphalt, crack sealed 2,000 feet of road surface, and refreshed 6,100 feet of red curb. And whereas Pinole Public Works installed new play surfaces at Pinole Valley Park and Fernandez Park. And
Whereas Pinole Public Works has worked closely with stakeholders to prepare a bridge type selection report for the replacement of the San Pablo Avenue Bridge. And whereas Pinole Public Works has completed a local roadway safety plan, which creates a framework to systematically identify and analyze safety related issues, recommends safety projects and countermeasures. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association.
And now therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week in the City of Pinole, and call upon all citizens of the City of Pinole and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, our safety, our comfort, and our quality of life. Congratulations. And tonight we have our director, Sanjay Mishra, who will come up and say a few words, but also please, we would love to have a picture with you because you have done so much work. So Director Mishra, please come to the podium if you will.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and public. City of Pinole's Public Works team are awesome. We are pretty small, but we do an awesome job as the operation and maintenance team, our engineering team, and as well as our work wastewater treatment plant team. But we're small but mighty. That's all I can say.
All right. And we'd love to take a picture with you at the podium, but I have a question about the CIP real quick. I'm just joking. I'm teasing. All right, we're just getting started, everybody. Our next one is our proclamation to honor Public Service Recognition Week. This one is similar to Public Works, but a bit broader. We have a bunch of public employees that do amazing work, and we will honor them by reading this proclamation. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. These individuals do the work that keeps our nation working, and across our nation, public employees take not only positions, but oaths. And
whereas Public Service Recognition Week is a time set aside each year to honor all individuals who serve our nation as federal, state, county, and local government employees. And whereas many public servants risk their lives each day in service to the people of our communities, as well as operate our public facilities and provide the diverse services desired by the American people with integrity and efficiency. And
Whereas public servants provide the institutional knowledge, experience, and continuity that supports the long-term sustainability of our community assets and organizational history. And
Whereas here in our city, our staff promotes and sustains the high quality of life in Pinole, and in partnership with our community delivers cost-effective services in a personal, responsive, and innovative manner. And whereas the city of Pinole has 133 dedicated employees, of which 26% have over 1 decade of continuous service to our community, and of those employees, 57% have over 2 decades of continuous service to our community. And
Whereas in 2022, the following City of Pinole employees celebrated milestone years of service. Joseph Carranza, 5 years. Frank Delau, 5 years. Christina Marcelino Alstrand, 5 years. Maria Picasso, 5 years. Lisha Rohrbach, 5 years. Tara Shaya, pardon the pronunciation, 5 years. Brianna Sosa, 5 years. Natasha Valdepena, 5 years. Will Ika, 10 years. Kim Young, 15 years. Brian Dennis, 20 years. Jennifer Moore Skellerud, 20 years. Rob Ouellette Jr., 20 years. William Palmini III, 20 years. John Engel, 25 years. David Snell, 25 years.
And Christina Ojeda Willis, 5 years. Now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, the mayor of the city of Pinole, do hereby claim that May 7th, 2023 to May 13th, 2023 is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, and especially the phenomenal city of Pinole employees. Congratulations and happy Public Service Recognition Week. And we would love to take a picture with you. And we would also, if you have comments, we would love to hear from you because we always love hearing from our own staff. So please join us at the podium if you will. All right, so we just have one more this evening for proclamations. And we don't have an organization, but I think we will all find someone we want to give this to. Local and Community History Month. This month of May is Local and Community History Month. And so this proclamation is to honor that. Whereas local history is the study of the everyday struggles and triumphs of ordinary people, being aware of it informs the present and future and enhances the vibrancy of a community. And
whereas primary sources for documented local history are typically municipal archives, public libraries, and historical societies. And Whereas attention to and acknowledgement of local and community history allows us to question how it has been taught while history is continuously being made. And
Whereas Pinole is the homeland of the Huchian band of the native Ohlone, who provided Spanish explorers with pinole, a grain and seed preparation used as food. And
Whereas founded in 1974, the Pinole Historical Society has chronicled local history, and George Vincent, Jeff Rubin, and Dr. Joe Mariotti authored, and Arcadia Publishing published Images of America, Pinole, which chronicles the city's history from its pre-settlement days. And whereas Pinole's modern history began 200 years ago in 1823, when a retiring Mexican soldier, Don Ignacio Martinez, was awarded the nearly 18,000 acre El Pinole grant. And
Whereas the city of Pinole was incorporated in 1903 with a population below 1,000 and is now an ethnically diverse community of approximately 19,300 people. And whereas in the grand scheme of historical change, countless individuals contribute to the ongoing history and culture of communities in Pinole.
Now therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Local and Community History Month. I urge all Pinole residents, parents, and educators to engage in and to support efforts to preserve and promote the history of the City of Pinole. When I said we know somebody, I wanted to offer that our Councilmember Martinez Rubin, you do so much work to foster community history in the City of Pinole. And I know also you have someone special to you who's also listed here. I wanted to offer you this proclamation this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. I'll share it with the Pinole Historical Society.
Absolutely. And you also may have it in your council member report, but I think there's a special event happening this month with the Pinole Historical Society.
Boy, I'll have to read my notes.
We'll save that time for the reports. But again, thank you, everybody, and happy Local and Community History Month. I'll ask the city clerk if we have any public comments on any of the proclamations before we move to presentation.
I don't think we have any online. Nope, no public comments.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you so much. Then that brings us to item 8B, which is presentations. We'll start with our Earth Day video. It was Earth Month last month, and we have Director Rogers here to present our Earth Day video this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Rogers. I'm your Community Services Director. And last month we held an Earth Walk. The whole month we did tons of activities to celebrate Earth Day. And so, of course, our wonderful staff with PCTV, Dave and Eric, put together a wonderful video that highlights some of those things that took place during the month. So I will turn it over to Eric. Eric, can you please cue the video?
Morning, Pinolean. Thank you, everyone, for coming to celebrate Earth Day with us. We deeply appreciate your walking pledge to help protect our shared Earth in need of help now more than ever for current and future generations. Would anyone like to share a few words of what the Earth means to them or how they protect it? Come on up.
It means I love animals.
All right. Thank you. Round of applause for this guy. Anybody else?
I like plants and animals and dolphins.
It's a home I live on and I wouldn't want it to get destroyed. Yes, I second that. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Let's walk.
My name is Fiona Epps. I'm the assistant to the city manager, and the city of Pinole is celebrating Earth Day today. It is Saturday, a beautiful sunny day, and we celebrated with a walking pledge to protect the planet as a community. We walked about 3 miles going around the Bay Trail today. And we ended here in Fernandez Park, and we have lots of activities for the kids and people of all ages to do and learn more about what they can do to help heal the planet. This was a multi-department effort to put on the first ever Pinole Earth Walk and get some eco-friendly refreshments and snacks and have a picnic and enjoy the sunshine with your neighbors. So thank you for coming out.
So many people went into making that day very successful and made a wonderful event. Fiona, thanks to Sarah Patton for being our MC of the day and getting the crowd all fired up. It's a great event. And but most importantly, thank you to the community that came out and supported and made Pinole a better place to live, work, and play.
Well done. Thank you, Director Rogers, and thank you to the entire team at Pinole and also our Pinole television team for such a moving video. That was great. And it was great to see so many community members in it. So hopefully that'll get on our socials and folks will share that out. It was a great event indeed. And thank you so much for organizing that. Looking forward to next year. All right. Are there any comments from council on that? Any public comments from the public?
No public comments.
All right, great. We'll continue on with our presentations this evening. We also have a presentation from Mr. Tim Hale from the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, and he's in person to speak to us. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Really appreciate the opportunity for being here today. My name's Tim Hale. I'm the Executive Director of Contra Costa Transportation Authority, and I just wanted to queue up my slides. So who has the slides? So while that's happening, so I'm actually new, but kind of not new in terms of the new Executive Director at CCTA. I actually was appointed to the as the Executive Director in December of 2020. And so before that time, I actually was the Deputy Executive Director for projects from 2017 to 2020. So I was responsible for basically delivering the program, the projects for CCTA under the previous leadership of Randy Iwasaki. My background is primarily program in project highway delivery, also including a lot of technology projects. Started my career at Caltrans, and then I moved into the private sector. So I have a really good blend of both private sector and public sector experience. And so I spent 14 years on the private sector delivering projects for municipalities, for the county, for Caltrans and others, including agencies like CCTA. So today, what I really want to talk about is kind of my vision for the future in terms of being the new executive director. And it's really about really focusing on how we're doing and connecting communities. Previously, CCTA, we've been really focused on a lot of different programs, but also focused on large capital projects on the state highway system. And so now we're kind of taking a broader focus in terms of how can CCTA actually support our local jurisdictions and making your system operate better? How can we connect it better with the more regional transportation systems? So next slide, please. Do another click there. Some of these slides actually require a couple clicks, so I apologize. So before I talk about that, just to remind everyone in terms of like who we are and what we do here at CCTA. So CCTA, we actually collect 0.5% of 1%, so 0.5% sales tax in Contra Costa County. And that raises about $2.7 billion over the life of the measure. The measure started in 2004. It was voted on in 2004. We started collecting in 2008, and it expires in 2034. So we do have a sunset coming up. We actually deliver multiple programs. So like on this slide here, we actually fund transit, we fund accessible transportation, we fund programs for walking and biking. We also fund programs for accessible transportation, including ferry service. So Richmond Ferry Service is actually 100% funded by Measure J by CCTA. And then go to the next slide, please. So this gives you an understanding of kind of some of the big capital projects that CCTA has delivered over the years. We plan, we fund, and deliver a lot of large capital projects you've seen throughout the county in the last decade. So including the fourth bore, the Caldecott Tunnel, all the improvements on I-80 Smart Corridor, the improvements at San Pablo Dam Road interchange, as well as multiple trail projects. I'm happy to say that we've delivered about 95% of all the capital projects in the voter-approved expenditure plan in 2004. So what that means is there's not a whole lot of money left. So that really what that means. So we are doing our best to actually leverage Measure J every way we can in terms to attract additional funds, including a lot of the new federal funds coming down from the Infrastructure and Investment in Infrastructure Jobs Act. So if you go to the next slide, please. So leveraging is really important. So we've had a track record of every $1 of your local sales tax, we've been able to attract $3 of state and federal funds into Contra Costa County. And that's huge because we've been over the last decade, we've delivered about $5.6 billion of infrastructure projects in Contra Costa County. And we've done that with only 20 people at CCTA. We contract out 95% of our work, and we've got an extremely great track record in terms of delivering our projects on time and on budget here in Contra Costa County. Next slide, please. So what I'm here to talk about is, we are in a post-pandemic world. Our travel patterns have changed, our behaviors have changed, and the environment's changing, and also transit has changed. And so what we're now focused on is what do we need to do to kind of think about how to address this kind of new change that's happening in transportation and also in the environment. And so by doing that, during the pandemic, we actually did a travel behavior study. So if you go to the next slide, please. We actually surveyed about 30,000 people here in Contra Costa County, and to understand, what were they doing pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and post-pandemic, and really understanding what were people looking for and how are people moving around in Contra Costa County. And so you can kind of see through here, particularly in West Contra Costa County, people are very interested in riding BART. In West Contra Costa County, this transit is a lifeline here in West Contra Costa County. So you'll see a lot of BART, ferry, local express bus service, Amtrak. No really big surprises there. But what you see is that walking is definitely something people are more interested in. Across the entire county, walking has gone up by 10 to 15% across the board. And that's mainly because people are taking more local trips than regional trips. In fact, in transit, we're seeing a higher increase in local trips rather than regional trips. And so although it's transit that people are looking for, it may be a different type of transit, not necessarily a regional transit system, but maybe more of a micro transit, on-demand type of transit system. So if you go to the next slide, please. So how we're addressing some of these things is CCTA adopted a Vision Zero implementation guide. And this Vision Zero implementation guide essentially gave a toolkit to cities like City Pinole to implement a Vision Zero policy in your communities, but also give you the tools to look at how you can safely and quickly build quick build projects to address some of your safety concerns. And I know your public works director, your city manager, your staff are very familiar with these types of projects, and we've been working with them, coordinating with them relative to transportation road safety plans, as well as the trail projects here in Pinole. So this is really important to CCTA, and we've been supporting all the local jurisdictions in terms of how to move into a Vision Zero environment. And you can kind of see on the left-hand side, this is kind of what it looks like without Vision Zero, what it looks like with Vision Zero. And it's more about providing more dedicated and safer space for walking and biking. So if you go to the next slide, please. Also on transit. So we're doing a big focus right now in terms of how can we enhance our existing transit network? How can we optimize it and make it more efficient? So we're doing that with our transit operators here in Contra Costa County through an integrated transit plan, really reimagining what transit should be and look like here in Contra Costa County. We just kicked off this study. We hired a consultant to do this. And so it's supposed to be completed at the end of 2024. And then this will be essentially a roadmap for us in terms of how do we provide more dedicated space for transit. So we're kind of at a point now where we're not going to be able to build ourselves out of congestion, right? So we have to think about ways to get creative and innovative with our existing streets, the existing spaces that we have. For example, like during the pandemic, we got creative, like people couldn't meet inside buildings to have meals. And so we started using street space to have patios and so forth to be able to have those social times and dinner times. And so we're rethinking the way we're going to use our street space and streetscapes in the future and really kind of address it in a multimodal way, as you can see here on the street or on the picture, and look at and these will be more focused on what we call routes of regional significance. Corridors like San Pablo Avenue, San Pablo Dam Road, you're more kind of regionally thoroughfares carrying a lot of traffic and thinking about how the best way to move people in those corridors into the future. Next slide, please. The other thing we're also working on with all the 19 cities here in Contra Costa County is how to make our traffic signal system smarter. I think you would all agree with me, you hate stopping at a signal and there's no one around, right? I mean, I hate it. And so this is really focused on how can we upgrade our traffic signal system, both for small towns as well as large cities, and really get us all on the same standard so we can actually coordinate our traffic signal systems better regionally. Because we all know that streets do not stop at city boundaries. They continue on into other cities. And so it's important that we're all on the same standard. And that's also important in terms of we look to future technology. So when we look at transit signal priority systems, when we look at potential connected and autonomous vehicles into the future, but also prioritizing emergency service providers, such as fire departments, paramedics, police and sheriff. And so making also we going beyond just optimizing traffic flow, but also having better detection of bicyclists and pedestrians, being able to detect where those near misses are, where those close calls are at. So we have better data in the future so we can address where our high risk injury network or where those accidents potentially could occur. So we're taking a more proactive approach to how we're planning and designing our roadways in the future. Next slide, please. And then also we have a really big focus right now on clean corridors. So CCTA was one of the first agencies in the state to develop an electric vehicle readiness blueprint. And we are doing implementation through that called Charge Up Contra Costa. And we received a grant from the California Energy Commission, and we're looking for opportunities to leverage that against federal funding. And there's a lot of federal funding coming down the pipeline for this, for electric vehicle charging, as well as zero emission infrastructure. And so we're looking for opportunities to expand this across the entire county. But this is really looking at how we can better serve not just someone charging their car at their house, but also making sure everyone has equal access to electric vehicle charging. So multifamily homes, apartments, shopping centers, and making sure that this is publicly available as we're moving to a new zero emission future. Next slide, please. And then accessible transportation. So this has been a huge focus for the authority over the last year. We actually, last December, the authority took an action to develop a coordinating entity to help better coordinate and serve seniors and veterans and disabled folks here in Contra Costa County. And not just curb to curb service that's provided by our transit operators, but also necessary non-paratransit services, which is door to door service and through door and through door service. So working with organizations like Choice and Aging, Mobility Matters, and looking for opportunities to expand those through this coordinating entity that we'll be creating next year through CCTA. But it's really making sure people can get to their medical appointments, making sure people can get to the grocery store, making sure people can get where they need to go as our growing aging population increases here in Contra Costa County. Next slide, please. So how are we memorializing all of this? This is actually kind of a shout out to you and everyone listening on the phone and in the audience, but we are at a very critical time. We want to know, what does the public want out of your transportation system? And so I know I've highlighted probably some of the key strategies and things we're already doing, but what are some of the things that we're not doing? And so how can we work with you and partner with you to identify the transportation system of the future? So every 4 to 5 years, we update our countywide transportation plan. And quite frankly, the countywide transportation plan that we've been working off of is probably about 2.5 decades old. It's been the same project list. It's been the same projects. And guess what? We've delivered all those projects. And so now what we're working on is, what's the new set of projects that are going to be in the pipeline in the future, that what we need to move people here more efficiently, reliably, and safely here in Contra Costa County. So that we are kicking off this process now, and we'll be doing extensive amount of public outreach throughout the entire county. This is the year of what I call listening to the public. What do you want? What do you want to see? And then next year, we'll bring some options and some opportunities out to the public to make sure we heard you the right way. And then we'll document that in this countywide transportation plan. Next slide, please. So some projects that might be of interest to you. So I've been talking about, some of the studies have been going on across Contra Costa County to understand what are the next pilot or projects in the pipeline. So we've been working with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission on developing a suite of projects in the I-80 corridor. Everyone knows the I-80 corridor is one of the most congested corridors in the Bay Area. And so a huge focus is going to be priority lanes for transit, also looking at how we can better optimize the existing carpool lanes, but also looking for opportunities to get better access to the corridor through shared mobility hubs, including looking at multimodal corridors, micromobility, looking at opportunities such as car share. So we're looking at all these suite of projects to really make that corridor more efficient and really make it reliable for transit, so people will get into transit, because we're never going to really honestly widen that corridor again. And so we're not going to be able to build ourselves out of congestion. And so we need to look at opportunities to incentivize people to get into other alternatives, modes of transportation, and how to make them more efficient and convenient for everyone. Next slide, please. The other project is I-80 San Pablo Dam Road project. So we've completed phase 1, and that was really the project out there today. So now we're working on phase 2, the environmental documents complete. And this phase of the project is actually replacing the existing San Pablo Dam Road interchange, as well as the overcrossing, because it does get hit by trucks a lot. And there's also been several fatalities over there in the last several years. And so this has got an $80 million shortfall. We're partnering with Caltrans right now to go after state funding to close that funding gap on this project. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the fun stuff. So our agency is really noted to be a very innovative agency. We actually own and operate one of the largest secured autonomous vehicle test beds in the country at the former Concord Naval Weapons Station in the city of Concord. But we really have a great vision in terms of what we think the future of roadways and highways should look like. And we're really moving towards that in terms of how we better use technology to support our roadway system. So on the left-hand side is kind of the picture of, what the roadway of the future might look like in terms of more dedicated space for other modes, but also how can we leverage technology to make traffic flow better? Things like using cooperative adaptive ramp metering. And I'm talking about ramp metering that's way better than the stuff you have on I-80. I'm just gonna be really blunt with you. And so the ramp metering we were proposing is actually a technology we found in Australia, and it's really what coordinates all the several ramps on all the corridors. If you can imagine really optimizing the corridor and really playing the corridor almost like a musical instrument, and literally letting people on and off very orchestrated along the entire corridor to kind of reduce congestion. The other thing on the right-hand side is our Presto shuttle. So last Monday in Bishop Ranch in the city of San Ramon, we just launched a level 4 shared autonomous vehicle that has no steering wheel, no brake pedal, no gas pedal, completely driverless. And this is available to the public. Any of you right now can go down to City Center and ride in this shuttle for free. And so I highly recommend it. Take a joyride. It's about 20 minutes long. And this is some of the new mobility options that CCTA is working on, and we're going to be expanding across the entire county. And there's much more to come from this. And so we're excited. The technology is really ready in very specific limited use cases, such as business parks, HOA type of communities, but also schools. You know, any roadway that's posted at 25 miles an hour or less, we can use these low-speed shared autonomous vehicles for public use. Next slide, please. The other thing we're working on is dynamic personal microtransit, and this is a new form of transportation that we're working out in East Contra Costa County that will be looking for opportunities to bring it across the entire county. This is essentially a little personal pod, and this is real. Those pictures in the bottom are actually real pictures. If you actually click the next click again, this is the testing facility at Gomentum Station. In fact, you can see the little white car there. That's a real vehicle. And these actually are being operated in a very closed fixed guideway. We've developed a private, click it again. Oh, man, never mind. So I thought there was gonna be a map, but we are developing a network of this in East Contra Costa County. But my point is that we're looking at a lot of different new mobility options that are going to be starting to become available. Technologies like this that operate in fixed closed guideways are great opportunities to help extend BART and make BART more accessible. Also get into more places where transit may not be able to get into, including the shared autonomous vehicle that I was talking about. Someone asked me, like, why this vehicle? Why in a parking lot? Well, because you can't necessarily drive a 40-foot bus in a parking lot, you know, and so microtransit is really essential to the future of transportation and really getting access and mobility for all. Next slide, please. The other thing we're going to be doing is coming to your city and bringing CCTA and new technologies here to kind of demonstrate to the public. So my staff, I know, is working with your staff to identify an event here during the summertime. And we are developing a booth. We're actually going to bring a shared autonomous vehicle like there in the picture. This is actually pictures from the Tinkers and Thinkers event that we did last September at Pleasant Hill. We actually just did truck time in City of San Ramon on Saturday. And I was personally there all 6 hours, staffing it and really talking about what the new technologies are going to look like. And this is some of the things we're going to be working on in the future. And so a lot of people are very excited about it. They're very positive about it and very supportive. In fact, when we did our travel behavior study, over 70% of people were excited about riding in shared autonomous vehicles. And so we're really kind of pushing that in terms of, like I said, microtransit, bringing mobility and access for all. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions, anything you have about transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Do we have any questions from the council on the presentation? Councilmember Taylor.
So that was fantastic. And I know I could see that you had the mobility, and that's kind of those, acknowledging Randy's work, because I know that was something that he was big on moving forward. The question I have, and it always boils down to in transportation, is right away, right? And how we share the right away. Have you explored, and I know this is going to sound wild, but East Bay Regional Parks has several trails. A lot of those autonomous vehicles are really small, and I'm just wondering if, and we talked a little bit on this council about trail enhancement and access. I'm wondering, a lot of times it's that transition period to, sharing the road. And when you mentioned all the technology, I know that a lot of times technology, especially with traffic signals, falls out of alignment. would you explore or could you explore that intermediate step? I know we have a trail that's supposed to be going, all the way to San Francisco, right? And then
Mhm.
eventually
Bay Trail, yeah.
the Bay Trail. Have you looked at other right of ways in that realm to try to jumpstart this program with the autonomous vehicles?
Yes.
Okay.
So two specific things. So we actually were just invited to the Iron Horse Trail Advisory Committee. And so we actually gave a presentation literally yesterday on Monday to talk about how these mobility options could fit within Iron Horse Trail. Iron Horse Trail is a large right of way. And so based on the outcome, and I wasn't there, but my staff texted me that they're interested in doing a feasibility study on how to make that corridor more of a multimodal corridor, leveraging more of these shared autonomous vehicles, DPMT, because these vehicles, one, they're very quiet, they're not very tall. I mean, they're about this big, and so they're not very, obtrusive, because I mean, people's backyards go up against these trails, right? So they're clean, they're quiet, they're 100% electric, they're low speed. And so, yeah, there is a lot of interest. The other right of way that we're looking at is Contra Costa Water District is looking to close their canals, like actually pipe their canals. And so we're looking to leverage that right of way actually also in terms of for autonomous vehicles as well.
I think that's brilliant because there are a large set of right of ways that are out there, it's particularly the water pipelines, PG&E lines, and exploring those avenues if those were paved. And I think you're right in line with where I was going with this, is that traditionally you don't want to build an open space because of the gas, the emissions, the noise and all that. But I think this vehicle kind of takes us into possibly using those in a less intrusive way.
Mhm.
So that's great news to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, my goal right now is, I mean, you mentioned Randy's work, and my goal is to build off of that and really move away from, pilots into actual deployment, like getting these technologies out to public use. So that we're kind of moving into kind of a new chapter, if you will, I call it moving from research to deployment. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering if you can give the public sort of a big picture of what MTC does, what CCTA does, and what the regional transportation committees do, so that they can see how their electeds work directly with both the regional committee and with CCTA.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good question. So the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is what's called the Metropolitan Planning Organization. So there's actually about 24 of these across the state of California. And so there's the real big ones are like, SCAG in LA County, SANDAG in San Diego County, MTC in the Bay Area, and then you got a lot of smaller ones throughout the rest of the state. But those are the big ones. And so the Metropolitan Transportation Commission basically encompasses the 9 Bay Area counties in the Bay Area. Each of those 9 Bay Area counties have a what we call a county transportation agency or self-help county, which is a CCTA. So all the 9 Bay Area counties except for one actually collect some form of sales tax for transportation projects and programs. CCTA is actually very unique. Each agency, I should say, each agency is actually kind of unique in terms of actually how they're formed. But as CCTA, Contra Costa County is split up into 4 subregions. So West, Central, East, and South. Within each of those subregions, there's what's called a Regional Transportation Planning Committee. And so each city appoints a member to that RTPC. And on that RTPC is basically where we kind of use a kind of grassroots approach to transportation. So we typically rely on those RTPCs to help us understand, what are your priorities within your subregion? What types of projects would you like to build? Where would you like to allocate funds? And those are some of the things that the RTPCs kind of play a role in CCTA. So then what happens, and just to give an idea of how CCTA is formed, each of those 4 RTPCs appoint 2 members from their regional transportation planning committees to the authority board. So that makes up 8 members so I actually report to a 14-person board. 2 county board of supervisors, 1 rep for all of the cities in Contra Costa County through the mayor's conference. And then we have 3 non-voting members that represent transit, BART, and MTC. So that's how we're formed at CCT. I know it sounds really complicated. But what that does though is CCTA is a county transportation agency that then is represented by all of the 19 cities and the county here in Contra Costa County to really make decisions regionally of how we're going to address transportation. And we think regionally, we think big. We're not parochial. We're not thinking about each individual, city, I should say. It's about making sure that we're addressing the regional issues and transportation projects. I will say though, our board is extremely focused on what we call sub-regional equity, making sure that each city, each region gets their fair share when it comes to funding. And so whether that's today or 10 years from now, but by the end of the measure, by 2034, I can guarantee you that every city, every sub-region basically gets their fair share by population.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
You had me with the little micro mobility, autonomous, semi-autonomous vehicles. When I first discovered, when I first found out about those a couple of years ago, I wondered how they would do in a hilly area like Pinole. And I think pretty much if you want, and I volunteered Pinole as a test ground. So if there is an opportunity to actually deploy some of the kinds of things, some of the tech, the advances that you've come to, I think Pinole would welcome. Of course, that's a conversation with our city manager and staff. But there are opportunities here, and one of those is around the corner. And I say this a bit within fun, but also as a matter of outreach to the public to get to know these kinds of vehicles, particularly among the generation of vehicle users that are not quite accustomed to seeing these innovations. Later this year, the last Sunday in June, there's a classic car show in Pinole. And the classic car show has vehicles that still use fuel, regular fuels, and are from anywhere from the 1940s to 1970s or so. And in contrast, to have something that is currently either in study phase or about to be deployed would be an opportunity I see that you could help us make that audience aware of not only CCTA, but what it does. So if you could have staff talk to you about that, that would be great. I understand the excitement and the need to plan big. And our council delegate or staff on the local advisory committee is likely to present the kinds of issues or interests that we have in Pinole. But among those is the continued traffic or congestion. And I know that you said that we're not going to build ourselves out away from congestion, but it's reality for us in Pinole. So though we have San Pablo Avenue on, that intersects the city, we also have I-80 that bisects it. And in between are the streets where we are seeing congestion and affecting the quality of life of our residents. At one time, the metering, of course, the ramp metering was supposed to be helping us. I'm not certain how we're doing these days, but that's still a matter that we somehow need to improve. The CCTA stay away from that and leave it up to us to seek whatever innovations there may be. And if so, please confirm that and we will keep trying. But otherwise, we seek to work in tandem with what's happening regionally, because we're facing those daily, more than bits of congestion, they still occur. And the reality is, though, there may have been some changes or shifts in how people are employed and or using local roads. Have a single occasion of an accident on I-80, and we definitely feel it. If you're in a vehicle, you're stuck. Happened last week, made the news, and we'd like to make the news for other things. Mm-hmm. I know I said a lot there, but I think the takeaway is, along with that greater, big thinking, who is left to address the other? Is it indeed us solely? Because we often look for solutions that are being considered regionally, like the micro mobility projects, and think, couldn't that happen now for us? And yet we're still attending to the more basic, fundamental kinds of things that have to do with congestion and increased traffic, et cetera.
So how I'll respond to that is, I think the first thing is funding. That's the number one thing is funding. And I think funding will drive a lot of what's going to happen. And so I think from CCTA's perspective, historically, we've been focused on the I-80 corridor, and we've kind of have left the local roads up to the local jurisdiction. Now we just, as part of the countywide transportation plan, we went through a process to identify routes of regional significance, right? And so that's where I see CCTA kind of helping our local jurisdictions more, is on these more broader routes of regional significance. Corridors like San Pablo Avenue and others. And also helping in coordinating the silos that are already happening in our county. So doing a better job of coordinating, for example, like signal systems with transit, right? And so I think that's also another thing that we're kind of looking at, is how can we facilitate the coordination and collaboration across the different things that are happening in the county from a transportation perspective. So I think the first thing is funding. The second thing is, the regional projects. And then, yeah, we are always here to support the local jurisdictions. We actually support the local jurisdictions on, like I was talking to Sanjay before this, we help the local jurisdictions with federal funding, with grant programs. For example, City Pinole was awarded OBAG 3 funds, which is federal funding for the Bay Trail project. So CCTA will be helping and supporting the city in terms of facilitating that funding. So it's a combination of both funding, regional, and local support. So it's kind of the full gamut. Now, do we get into every single little local street? That's not CCTA's role. That's really the local jurisdiction. I think where I see CCTA, taking a bigger role in the future, which we haven't really done in the past, is providing more support for the regional arterials, and taking on big corridors like San Pablo Avenue. Like, for example, the San Pablo Avenue multimodal corridor, the new BRT project that's coming through. That's a project where CCTA would get involved. These are more regional, local projects that cross multiple jurisdictions. Those are the types of local street projects that CCTA will be taking on in the future. With that said, we are always ready to support. We actually are supporting 2 cities right now directly on delivering projects for them. So if you have a project that is like too big or too complex for you to deliver, we can enter an agreement with the city, and we can actually become your consultant, quote unquote consultant, and we can actually help you deliver that project. So for example, City of San Ramon, they wanted to build a cable stay bridge over Bollinger Canyon. They didn't have the experience to design a cable stay bridge. And so we use an alternative delivery method, bring in the consultants, the contractors, the right expertise, and we were able now to deliver that project in less than 2 years. And that was as a pedestrian overcrossing over Bollinger Canyon. So we're also there to support cities that way as well. So lots of different opportunities to work together. But I will say it really comes down to funding. In Measure J, our current half-cent sales tax, like I said, we've delivered all the projects in West Contra Costa County as determined by the Regional Transportation Planning Committee. So WCTAC basically, when we did the expenditure plan in 2004, they identified how much money is going to go in the programs, how much money is going to go in the projects. And so the projects that were identified in that expenditure plan have all been delivered. And so now most of the majority of the funding now is going in programs. And so we do work closely with WCTAC in terms of identifying future projects. Like, for example, the San Pablo Avenue multimodal corridor project. WCTAC started that project. They just recently approached CCTA and said, hey, we've taken this as far as we can take it. We need the expertise of CCTA to deliver this project. So that's kind of how I see us, supporting the local jurisdictions in the future.
Your microphone.
Thank you. The timing was such that the city missed out on that modal corridor project on
Which
San Pablo
one?
Avenue. There's a segment between, between Hilltop and Rodeo,
Hmm.
where we just,
Interesting.
we're,
Okay.
we're not doing something because we weren't ready, I think, time-wise
yeah.
to provide the plans that would have been necessary to help support the application for those for those funds. But we did get the good news from our Public Works Director about the OBAG funds. Thank you. There was something that you said. And I made a note and I can't find it.
Member Martinez Rubin, I think Tim will, Mr. Hill will also be available via email as well, just because we want to be cognizant of
Yes.
time if you can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your future availability.
Absolutely. Always
you.
here.
Thank you. And Councilmember Sathai?
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, for being here in person. Welcome to Pinole. We appreciate it. The countywide synchronized signal system is really interesting. Complete streets can't come soon enough to a lot of our main corridors here in Pinole. And so what that looks like for Pinole is Pinole Smart Signals. And Director Mishra had some time, the last council meeting, to talk about that and brief us on what that means for Pinole. I wanted to ask about one of the bullet points here, and that's the proactive approach to safety by identifying close call situations and preventing future tragedies. What does that sort of look like when applied to different corridors?
So when you have the right technology in place, right? So in terms of, cameras, LiDAR, sensors, what you'll be able to do is actually identify where those close calls are happening. So near misses, essentially, right? So for example, let's say a bicyclist is, going to be crossing a street and a car is making a right-hand turn and it just barely misses hitting the bicyclist, right? That's a near miss, right? So we can actually, through data, we can actually collect that data and identify where those near misses are happening, and so then we can identify, well, what's causing those near misses? Is it a geometric issue in the intersection? Or is it just, quite frankly, driver error? Maybe the intersection is actually perfect. It's fine, and so, or is it happening during a certain time of day, day or night, et cetera. So it gives us hopefully the data and the forensics to understand, how we can potentially make our intersections safer. So that's what like near misses and close calls. So you could essentially identify these heat maps, and then it also will help you prioritize, problems and funding, et cetera. So we're really focused in the future in terms of like performance-driven methodologies. So by having more data, being able to make better decisions, and so taking a more performance-based approach.
And we can adapt after we run back that data to see where the most prioritized intersections might be.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you brought up autonomous personal microtransit. I had the great opportunity to meet Elliot Temple, who's a VP over at Glideways, and came down to City Hall here one day. Really interesting technology. I'm happy to see it being jumpstarted in East County. So I was wondering what that process looked like for them to jumpstart that, where the funding sort of came from.
So it's a good question. So in East Contra Costa County, what happened was the 4 cities came together in an MOU and they did their own so Pittsburgh, Antioch, Oakley, and Brentwood. They all came together and they individually split 4 ways funding a feasibility study. And then through that feasibility study, they determined what that 28-mile network, it identified a 28-mile network of DPMT throughout Eastern Contra Costa County. And then they reached out to CCTA and said, hey, we did this feasibility study. How can you help? So we looked at that feasibility study and we basically looked for an opportunity to fund it and found that it's a really good candidate for public-private partnership. So we actually went out for a P3 procurement, which are very, very unique and rare in the transportation business. And so proposals are actually due on June 7th. And this is actually leveraging private equity, bringing in private equity to build transportation projects. We have $0 on that project. There's zero funding on that project. But it gives us the ability to work with a private equity company or developer to help do the planning, the design, move the project forward. And then we leverage their money to go seek state and federal grants, not our money. And so, so that's how we're kind of looking at new opportunities in terms of delivery models, how to leverage private equity, and try to build these projects. And the reason why that's unique for a P3 is because it's a revenue generating project, right? That's why you can use a P3 on a project like that, is because it's generating revenue. So what they do is the revenue that the project is generating, they use that to pay back the bonds that they're taking out to build the infrastructure.
Great, that's really helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hale, thank you for coming to Pinole. Welcome. I appreciated your presentation at the mayor's conference as well. We look forward to working with you as a partner in all things. As you know, our staff is exceptional, so they will not be shy to ask you for things. So we hope we get things for that. But more importantly, I did want to say, we've had an opportunity to talk, and I just want to say I'm so grateful for your leadership in Contra Costa County. I'm thankful that you are fostering such diversity and equity and inclusion efforts within your organization, and look forward to what's to come. I want to tell the story because I did tell Rob Thompson, the general manager of Westcat, when he came, the story. I grew up in San Francisco and I lived in Bayview Hunters Point, and my dad lived out here in Pinole. I grew up in public transit. Since day one, before I was even born, I was riding public transit. And what I think is really important in transit equity is the dignity to ride public transit, to drive public transit as well. And what we're seeing is somewhat of challenges in our Westcat system of getting those drivers and ensuring that they want to stay in as drivers. But one of the projects that I think has come up in Pinole a lot is the dignity to sit at a bus stop. I'm talking about the student from East Bluff Apartments in Pinole who has to go to Pinole Valley High School every day, who goes to the bus stop and can't sit down to wait for their bus. I'm talking about the Pinole Grove senior who lives right up the street, who wants to go to CVS, who has to, wait either in the rain or, lean on, something that they can find in order to take the bus. Having the dignity to sit at bus stops and also have a cover at bus stop is incredibly important to the sustainability and the dignity of ensuring the investment in public transit. And so one of my goals for our city, if I can envision a more livable and thriving Pinole, is to make sure that every one of our residents has an opportunity to be sitting at a bus stop and also be covered at a bus stop. I'm sure you know how much of an equity and accessibility issue that is. But as you think about your listening sessions, I'm hoping that will come up in Pinole because residents have told me about that. But I also wanted to put it in your ear before you left, because I know we're talking about transportation, and I'd be remiss if I didn't center that around equity. You and I have had those conversations, but again, looking forward to working together to hopefully make sure every person in every city has the dignity of being covered and being able to sit at a bus stop, but certainly here in Pinole.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, for those comments. And can I just say one thing? Do you mind?
Of course.
So CCTA is actually in the process of hiring a program manager that's 100% focused on accessibility and equity in CCTA. So that person is going to be looking across the entire transportation system, all our projects, all our funding, and looking for opportunities to have a focus on accessibility and equity. It's called the Office of Accessibility and Equity, built within CCTA. And I think it might be the first of its kind in the Bay Area in terms of definitely in the East Bay, I know that for sure. I'm not sure about downtown San Francisco, but and it's really exciting to do that because we have this, greater focus in terms of, inclusion, diversity, and equity. And it's really taking that seriously and wholeheartedly in terms of everything that we do, everything from access to meetings like this to also making sure they can access a mobile application, to making sure that they can get to a bus. And so those are the types of things that we're really taking focus on as well. And so I appreciate your leadership in that as well. And I want to put a shout out for your staff. Your city manager, your staff are great. We work very closely with them. They're fantastic. They're very exceptional, as like you mentioned, and looking forward to working with you to build, a better Pinole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. All right. No more questions. I think we'll have our next presenter, which is our presentation from the Mosquito and Vector Control Districts.
Excuse
Services.
me, Mayor, we do have one public comment, Rafael Menes, on the presentation item.
All right, we'll go to public comment then.
Yeah, and before Mr. Hale leaves, I also have a few questions. First off, I think in regards to the sort of linked lights mode, in particular for the metering ramps, that one of the regional transportation projects, I'm not sure whether it was going through CCTA or just through the broader regional project system, was a discussion of redeveloping the eastbound on-ramp at the Pinole Valley Road to be 2 lanes, because currently and for quite a few years, one of the issues we've had with the linked lights in the metering system has been that it's caused backups off of that ramp onto Pinole Valley Road northbound, heading to that ramp in particular. And I know this was discussed at least in 2018, and I think in 2020 also. And at that time, it was one of the projects on the sort of community funded list, but it wasn't very far up on that list. I haven't heard much about it recently. So I was wondering if you could give us an update on the status of that project, especially linked to some of the themes you were discussing tonight. And secondly, with regards to the public-private partnership you mentioned, with regards to the mobility project and how basically the private entities get to claim the revenue. That's sort of an equity red flag for me, because while I was in Chicago at the University of Chicago learning, one of the more notorious public-private partnerships took place there, where the city basically sold the rights to the parking meters to a private entity over, I don't know, a 20-year period, in return for, say, $50 million up front. And you know what the private company did? They hiked rates, and they kept on hiking rates. And so they were able to basically earn back that amount they paid very quickly. Everybody in the city had worse quality of life because, they had to pay far higher rates for their parking, and they had no recourse because it was a 20-year contract. And so I guess my question to you is, what are the safeguards in these public-private partnerships to make sure that the revenue gains of, say, private equity companies, which are notorious for seeking out as high a return as they can possibly manage, don't negatively impact the equity of the populations that are often riding public transit and may be less able to afford to absorb increases in cost for transit in order to generate revenue for the private part of these public-private partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menes, I encourage you to reach out to Mr. Hale via email. He's incredibly responsive, and just because we don't have time to continue the presentation, I think your questions are great, and I think I'm sure he'll have some answers for that one. Are there any other public comments for this item?
No more public comments.
Okay. Then we'll go to 8B3, which is the Mosquito and Vector Control District Services Overview. We have a presentation from Andrew Pierce.
Mr. Mayor, if I could introduce Mr. Pierce here.
Absolutely. Good evening, Director Whalen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and members of the public. I'm pleased to introduce Andrew Pierce. Andrew is the Public Information and Technology Officer for the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District. The district is responsible for reducing the risk of diseases spread by insects and animals by controlling them in a responsible, environmentally conscious manner. Pinole's community development team had the benefit of meeting with Andrew last year to learn about the district services and to coordinate enforcement efforts and information sharing. And tonight, Andrew will be sharing some of the resources the district provides to Contra Costa community members. So with that, welcome, Andrew.
Great. Thank you so much, Lily, and good evening, Mayor Murphy. Good evening, council members, and good evening, attending members of the public, in person and virtually. Again, my name is Andrew Pierce, and I am the Public Information and Technology Officer. And I would like to highlight tonight in this presentation some of the facts about our district, an overview of our services and programs that we provide to the city of Pinole and all of Contra Costa County and its residents. And I also want to talk a little bit about some of the concerns that we have going into this year's kind of what we tout as mosquito season. Next slide, please. So first, I would like to point out that we are an independent or special district. We are not technically a part of county government, although the services that we do provide encompass the entire Contra Costa County. Our general manager is Paula Macedo, and currently at the district, we have 29 full-time employees. We serve the people of Contra Costa, and our operational area is the entire county and all of its residents. Next slide, please. So our name is the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District. We are a public health agency. We were founded back in 1927, and this year we celebrated our 95th anniversary. We use the word vector to define any insect or animal that could transmit disease or cause discomfort to people or other animals. And our mission statement is that the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District is a public health agency dedicated to protecting the community from mosquitoes and other vectors of disease. Next slide, please. Our public health agency has a 22-member board of trustees that oversees the district. These trustees represent each city within the county, and there are 3 trustees who represent the county at large. Our trustee for the city of Pinole is Warren Clayton, and he's been serving as a trustee for the district for 10 years now. Next slide, please. I'd like to now provide you with some more specific information about the public health services that we provide to county residents. And these services and programs are specific to mosquitoes, rats and mice, skunks, underground yellow jackets, and ticks. So for mosquitoes, we provide inspection and control services. Our field staff is responsible for inspecting the county's public water sources year-round. And we also really rely on our residents right here in Pinole and throughout the county to help be our eyes and ears with regard to potential neighborhood mosquito issues. We will conduct an inspection of the area that's being called to question to determine where a mosquito issue may be originating. And we also, here at the district, we raise about 1 million mosquito-eating fish. I know that sounds kind of strange, but we sometimes utilize a surface-feeding guppy to help us control mosquitoes. For those who don't know, all mosquitoes start their lives in water. And I actually have here, I'm not even sure if this is going to work. Let's see if I can hold it here in front of the camera here. But if you look closely, I actually have mosquito larvae. So if you can see this here, you're actually looking at baby mosquitoes swimming around in the water. They're often mistaken for worms, tadpoles, but hopefully if everybody can see what you're looking at here is mosquitoes. Wow, it also really kind of did something to my face. So I'm going to put that away. So we use these fish. They're available if members of the public are residents, if they request them for their own backyard water features, such as ponds, horse troughs, perhaps a swimming pool that's not being chlorinated or filtered. And a technician from our district would go out with the fish, provide an inspection to make sure that the habitat is suitable for the fish, and our technician would then place the fish to help with mosquito control. With regard to ground nesting yellow jackets, we provide ground nest treatment only. So more specifically, we have 4 different species of yellow jackets here in Contra Costa County, and 2 of the species specifically seek out abandoned rodent burrows or empty snake holes And these yellow jackets actually go underground in these holes to construct their nests. Now, if a person or animal accidentally steps on the entrance to the nest, the vibration from the footstep can cause up to 5,000 yellow jackets per nest to come out and begin aggressively biting and stinging repeatedly. Yellow jacket venom can be extremely dangerous to people who are allergic. With regard to bees, well, we provide identification and education regarding the importance of this insect. And we usually refer residents to the Mount Diablo Beekeepers Association regarding a swarm or hive relocation. The Mount Diablo Beekeepers are a nonprofit group of volunteer beekeepers that are located throughout the county. With regard to ticks, we provide identification. Here in Contra Costa County, we have several different species of ticks, including the species that can potentially transmit Lyme disease. Now, the incidence of Lyme disease in Contra Costa County is extremely low, but we do have the species of tick that can potentially transmit it, so we want residents to be made aware. If a resident finds a tick on themselves or someone else, they can bring the tick into our office or even mail it. Yes, they can put it in a little Ziploc bag, put that bag in an envelope and mail it to our district office for identification. Our public health agency does not conduct Lyme disease testing on the ticks themselves. However, if a resident is concerned and would like more information, we can refer them to several Bay Area laboratories that will conduct tick testing for Lyme at a cost. With regard to rats and mice, we provide residential inspections and we give residents advice with respect to what the problem is, how rats or mice have gotten onto or into their property, and we educate the resident with information as to how they can resolve the problem. We do not conduct baiting or trapping at residences. And lastly, for skunks, we provide inspection and assistance. And skunks, they can often accidentally come into contact with pets and people. And as part of our rabies risk reduction program, skunks do have the potential to transmit rabies. Now, upon inspection, if one of our technicians determines that a skunk is burrowed or is living on a property, the technician can then leave the resident with a live catch trap and then work to remove the skunk from the property. We will not leave residents with a skunk trap if the skunk is merely passing through a yard, has sprayed a pet, or is just simply emitting odor. Sorry, one more. Lastly, for public education, we provide presentations, we staff tables at events throughout the county. We work closely with the media to help disseminate and communicate our important public health messages. And we always provide helpful literature and fun giveaways at the events that we staff and attend in person. Thank you. Next slide, please. I also do want to point out that we really do rely on our residents to report swimming pools that may not be chlorinated or filtered. They look green in appearance. Just one of these non-maintained or neglected swimming pools could potentially produce literally up to 1 million mosquitoes in just one swimming pool. And the depth of the water in these pools, it doesn't matter. Mosquitoes that are in the water remain at the water's surface. So if there was 2 neglected swimming pools side by side, one pool was filled to the top and one pool had just enough water to cover the surface area, there would be the same number of mosquitoes. Residents can report these pools anonymously and they can do so by calling us or going onto our website. Next slide, please. I just want to touch briefly upon some of our current concerns with respect to this year's mosquito season. And we usually refer to that being during the warmer months of the year when we definitely see more activity. So usually about May through early to mid-October is when we have an increase in mosquito activity. Well, of course, as we all know, with the record rains we've received this winter and even today still, we're seeing just more water everywhere throughout the county. So our technicians are working diligently to locate these new and previously unknown sources. But again, we really do rely on residents, such as yourselves, to help locate and report these issues to our public health agency. I always tell people, never assume if you see, a creek that is, excuse me one second. I didn't want to cough on camera there. We really do want residents just to report any and all mosquito issues, so that we can definitely ensure that the residents that live here enjoy their outdoor quality of life. And also, we're going to continue to monitor for an invasive mosquito species that, while it's been found in other parts of California, was just discovered here in Contra Costa County for the first time last August in the city of Martinez. So we will continue to monitor for that invasive species mosquito activity. And that is the species that can potentially transmit diseases like Zika. So of course, that is of significant concern to our public health agency. Next slide, please. So with that, this concludes my presentation, and I want to thank everyone for your time, your attention, and Lily, thank you for inviting me this evening. I do encourage everyone to visit our website and also to connect with us on our social media platforms, and that would be via Facebook as well as Nextdoor. And with that, I thank you again, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. We'll go to council for questions if there are any. Mr. Pierce, I think you were very clear and succinct because there are no questions from our council. Are there any public comments for this item?
No, there are no public comments.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Quick question. How are your trustees selected? You mentioned there was someone representing Pinole. How's that process?
They are appointed through city councils, and I believe that they are initially appointed to serve a 2-year term, and then it's to each city's discretion upon reappointment if they continue to serve either a 2 or 4-year term.
All right. Well,
I'm sorry, I apologize. I think those who are interested would fill out an application with the city.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you again for being here, and looking forward to more of your work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, that brings us back to item number 7, which is our mayor's reports. All of our reports and communications, and my mayor report will start us off. Just a quick report for this evening from me. I wanted to wish everybody an Older Americans Month. There's so many things to celebrate this month, and one of them is Older Americans Month. And in the spirit of celebrating both the contributions of older Americans, but also and recognizing the issues that we still are leaning to address. I wanted to remind everybody that here in Pinole, we're starting a new program to honor, recognize centenarians, those who have reached the critical milestone of 100 years. And we are looking for community members who have reached that milestone, whether that's a parent, a teacher, someone you know in Pinole. We would love to hear their story, and that is as simple as sending an email to our recreation team at recreation@ci.pinole.ca.us. Again, this is a month to honor older Americans, but we are doing this program year round. I was able to attend a birthday celebration at the True Wood facility here in Pinole of Sam Campbell, who reached 100 years old. I don't think I can party that great anymore because that was just like a really fun time. But it was a true honor to be there and to celebrate the accomplishments of Sam Campbell, who was a U.S. veteran, who is currently still a Pinole citizen, and who certainly has a strong handshake still. And again, was just such an incredible honor to meet his family and to hear a little bit about his story. So we look forward as a city to continuing honor centenarians. And so again, if you know anyone, please reach out to myself, or easier to reach out to that email at recreation@ci.pinole.ca.us. The next update I wanted to give folks is that our MCE Executive and Technical Committee meetings will be this week. Those agenda items as well as the live streaming are available on MCE's website, which is mcecleanenergy.com. Please check those out and of course, reach out if you ever have any questions. I will be attending the mayor's conference that's occurring on Thursday. There is a brief presentation as well as a call for a couple of appointments. So we are looking forward to joining, of course, every month with the mayors and learning more about how we can work together. So I will give a report back about that at our next council meeting. And that does conclude my report. I'll go to the, we don't have any mayor and council appointments this evening, so no appointments there, but we will have city council communications and reports, and I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a WestCat meeting, first time in person, a few weeks ago here in the chambers. And I want to recognize our cable TV folks for helping WestCat staff produce that meeting and make it hybrid. I wanted to also let folks know that there's the innovative clean transit regulations are going to require each transit agency to submit zero emission bus rollout plans. And we had that plan approved at the meeting with the technology that we anticipate that will be available by 2040, which is when the zero emission plans need to actually take place. We're looking at not going with electric at this point, mainly because the technology would be such that a bus with the mileage at this point would have to go in and get recharged two times to three times per day because of their routes. So they're looking at liquid hydrogen at this point, but the plans are fluid and can be updated as technology advances between now and 2040. That's the main report that I wanted to share. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. We'll go to Councilmember Tate.
No reports.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. On the 19th, Councilmember Sasai and I, and along with Assistant City Manager Epps, met with to begin discussing the charge of the City Seal Subcommittee, and we'll hear more from Councilmember Sasai shortly. The 21st of April, I met with the City Manager Sales Tax Working Group. It's a working group that's convened by Cal Cities. And this group composed of city managers statewide, as well as others that have been involved with the Cal Cities Policy Committee that addresses revenue and taxation, is looking at research and studies that might address or could potentially address reform in our tax structure, primarily having to do with the current distribution of sales tax that is now received at locations where warehouses and distribution centers exist. Given that the effect or the impacts of the increased volume of traffic affects the cities beyond where those warehouses and distribution centers are located. So more to be discovered, learned, and reported on. That would be the result of that committee. Its work will end and will come to closure in 2024. So between now and then, I look forward to talking to the council more about what it means for a group and then eventually possible reform related to specifically amending the Bradley Burns tax. We heard earlier from the presenter from CCTA how there are local transportation funds that they received from taxes. And so it would also potentially affect organization like theirs. Thank you to staff. I enjoyed Earth Day and hoping that as time goes on, years proceed, that we will see a greater number of people participating in the walk and other fun activities that were conducted there. As a way of announcement, the Pinole Historical Society is commemorating the 200th anniversary of the El Pinole grant during its May 12th program at the Pinole Sportsman's Club. The co-founder and historian George Vincent, many of the adults here in Pinole were taught by him when he taught at Ellerhorst. He will present Candles of History, celebrating 200 years of the heydays and remnants of the Rancho El Pinole at the at the Pinole Historical Society annual meeting and program on Friday, May 12th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the Pinole Sportsman's Club located at 201 Pinion Avenue, and all are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. We'll go to Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. And speaking of Ellerhorst Elementary School, last week I had the great opportunity to meet with the Ellerhorst PTA, as well as briefly with their principal, talking a lot about safety concerns within the school, but also pedestrian safety issues on Pinole Valley Road. And just hearing them out and also giving an update about what's happening on our CIP to address those issues. Secondly, very excited that we'll be doing a city hall tour for the student council, hopefully aiming for next month, doing a little walk around City Hall and stopping by all the different city departments, and giving them experience that they won't forget, and hopefully getting them more involved in civic engagement. Secondly, very happy to attend the very first meeting for the ad hoc city seal committee with Councilor Martinez Rubin. Most of the meeting was about defining the scope of the committee, as well as our goals and deliverables. I'll share some of those with you. The first is to bring forward a revised set of new logos based on council feedback, community feedback. The second is to present that to the public through a few methods of engagement. That will be a mix of online engagement, surveys, but also in-person engagement. I'm happy to be part of, Councilor Martinez Rubin as well, and staff. And finally, developing a final logo for council adoption. So I look forward to working with Councilor Martinez Rubin throughout the rest of this year and early next year, as well as the public, to make sure that we can build a logo and seal that we're all proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Are there any public comments for items 7A through 7C?
Yes, we do have one online, Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute
Yes.
yourself?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I wanted to say my comments for 7D for a future agenda, so I'll save my comments for that.
Great, thank you, Mr. Handler. Any public comments on 7A through 7C?
Nope, there are no more public comments.
All right, we'll go to 7D and we'll go, which is council requests for future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Chomps, do you have any items? Councilmember Tave?
No items.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
None?
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes, just one. And that would be a request that staff draft a resolution in support of ACA 4, and that this be brought forward to council as a future agenda item.
Great. Is there consensus? Oh, actually, there's a second. I'll second. Any questions on the item?
What is ACA for?
Yes, Assembly constitutional amendment for would be on the ballot hopefully next year and would allow incarcerated folks in California the right to vote.
The right to vote.
The right to vote, yes.
Great. Any questions on the motion? City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes?
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Councilmember Sasai, any other agenda items?
That's all, thank you.
All right, City Clerk Bell, do we have any public comments on this item? Or City Clerk, Deputy
Yes,
City Clerk?
I do.
So
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler.
great.
Yes, can you hear me now, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Henley, and I have 2 agenda items to bring forward. So for next month's agenda is to receive a presentation from Kevin Sheridan regarding the Valley Link project as a connection to BART, because as a someone who rides BART, I find it very helpful to have Mr. Sheridan come speak to you all about the Valley View project. So that's one. And then number 2 is for next month's agenda also to bring back the revisions on how the city council meeting procedures, policies, because I've been wanting to see that the revisions of the procedures. Number two. And number three is the third item is to have Danny want to speak to you all about what kind of plans that the Port of Oakland has as it's thriving from the pandemic. So hopefully all three of those items will be on next month's agenda. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Rafael Menes.
So I just have two requests for council to consider for future agenda items. The first one is for council to consider a proclamation in future years recognizing National Library Week. I believe that's April 22nd through 27th. I noticed it was recognized in El Cerrito, but I didn't see anything from Pinole recognizing it. So I'd appreciate a proclamation and recognition of it in future years and for council to agendize that if it needs to be agendized. And secondly, I'd like, and I'm not sure whether this needs to be a full-on council agenda item or whether it's a staff level thing that's adjusted, but for the prohibition on eating food in the council chambers to be repealed, because I noticed that, often council members are, eating in the chambers, which is fine. It's a good idea for people to be able to eat and keep their blood sugar up in these 6-hour-long meetings. But I think that more generally, it would be a good idea to allow formally both council and the public to eat within the chambers now that we're reopening more to the public again. And I'm not sure whether that would need to be under the policies and procedures or whether it would be an administrative level thing that staff could do or whether it would involve a change to municipal code. So I'm not sure what exactly compels the don't eat in the council chambers sign outside the door. But I figured it would most likely be a council agenda item level thing. So I'm bringing it up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. Any other items from council? All right, next we'll have item 7E, which is our city manager's report. Good evening, Mr. City Manager.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. Thank you for participating in a couple special city council meetings we've had recently. As you know, last Tuesday, we had a special city council meeting to kick off our budget development process, at which the baseline general fund budget was presented as well as the baseline capital improvement plan. So thanks for your engagement and comments on that. The next stage in the budget development process will be the presentation of the preliminary proposed budget and the preliminary proposed CIP at the next city council meeting. We also had a special meeting last Saturday in the daytime here in the council chambers to review the city's current strategic plan, as well as talk about some special projects for next fiscal year. So thank you again to members of the council and public for participating in that. Very briefly, wanted to provide a preview of some items that are going to be on the agenda of our next regular city council meeting. We'll have a presentation by AC Transit on the status of operations post-pandemic. We will be recognizing a number of events with proclamations, including Mental Health Awareness Month, API Heritage Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, and others. We will present information responsive to City Council requested future agenda items on a City of Pinole hosted job fair and a City Council high school internship program. We'll also, as I mentioned, be kicking off some budget items. We'll have a public hearing on assessing the fee for our landscape and lighting assessment district. We'll have a public hearing on potential updates to our fees through the master fee schedule. And in addition to the preliminary proposed budget and CIP, we will hear the recommendation from the ad hoc subcommittee established to look into the issue of a citywide project labor agreement. So I wanted to provide everybody and members of the public with a preview of the things that we're going to have on our next regular meeting agenda. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us next to our item 7F, which is our city attorney's report. Good evening, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief update. Let's see here. We did have a convene a meeting last Monday, April 24th of the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee We discussed the city council meeting procedures, and the directive was to review the council meeting procedures and to make sure that they align with those applicable sections of the municipal code. So we had a good meeting and a productive conversation with the subcommittee. So I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Toms and Councilmember Tave. The plan is to bring back the city council meeting procedures in and around August, because we do have some pretty packed agendas coming forward, and it will be in the form of at least one, possibly two ordinances, and then the council meeting procedures will also come back for full approval. So there'll be plenty of opportunities for the public to weigh in and comment on any of the additional changes, but that's the general timing for those updates. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell or Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments on items 7E or 7F?
No, there are no public comments.
All right, thank you so much. That brings us on to the consent calendar, which is item number 9. Are there any items that council members would like to pull from the consent calendar? Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, item 9F.
Item 9F. All right, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
A.
Okay. Any other items? All right, and do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
We do. Thank you, Mayor. Rafael Menes for 9C, D, E, and F.
All right, we'll take the public comment now.
Good evening again. I'll begin with my comments on items 9C, D, and E. And I would like to save my comment for 9F until later, as it's going to be pulled. So it goes through the normal portion of council questions, then public comments, then council deliberation, if that's acceptable to the mayor.
Sure.
Great. So for item 9C, the point of concern I have there is the cost of $426,781 over 4 years for the proposed 3 task orders. And I was wondering if maybe through the mayor, the city manager could answer whether that level of cost is typical for task orders of that magnitude. I know that the city is inherently limited in that most of the partners that we did outreach to with our request for proposals declined to offer any bids because they simply didn't have bid time available, but it was a point of concern. With regards to item E, I appreciate the city bringing forward a letter of support for state transit funding. I noticed that the letter didn't have any particular points addressing Westcat in it after it's been changed. I think it might be worthwhile to have something in particular addressing the particular challenges that Westcat is facing, given this is a letter from the city of Pinole and Westcat, sort of the transit agency that we're 50% of. With regards to item 9D, I support collective bargaining for legislative workers and urge the council to do likewise. And I'll reserve my comments for 9F until the appropriate point for that. Thank you.
All right, any other public comments on the consent calendar?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, so we'll go to item 9A first. That's from Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Just 3 minor corrections. On page 5 of the minutes, 3rd paragraph, the bottom, first line. Changing one word so that the line reads, there had also been interest for an applicant who had volunteer and professional experience. The line right now reads from, we did not have an applicant, we wanted one. On page 8 of the minutes, 3rd paragraph from the bottom, the last line, changing calcity.org to calcities.org. calcities.org is the URL. On page 10 of the minutes, top of the page, I had received texts about the men's restrooms at Pinole Valley Park. Texts about the men's restrooms at Pinole Valley Park, not Fernandez Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Councilmember Sasai, I think you said item 9E or just 9F.
Just 9F.
Okay, do you want to state your comments or state your amendments
Thank you.
or questions?
Yes, questions, but also would like to vote on this separately from the consent calendar.
Okay.
So I have a few questions about the bill text actually. And I've actually received also a few questions from the public and here in Pinole who had concerns around objective planning standards, how developments built through builder's remedy may affect the aesthetics in some parts of our city and how or where some developments may be built. So on page 25 of the bill text, which is page 107 of the agenda packet, on line 8 through 13, as well as 14 through 19, there's mention of objective planning standards, right, and not requiring a development proponent to provide consultant studies, requiring these scopes of approvals, and then also the streamlined ministerial approval pursuant to this section to the local government. So my question is it correct that only developments completed via the builder's remedy would be able to forego these objective planning standards as mentioned?
Is our city manager or city attorney able to answer? Oh,
Director
thank you,
Whalen.
Director Whalen. I see you popped up. Hello.
Good evening. So if I understand the question correctly, is the question, Councilmember Sasai, are the objective standards provisions in SB 35 applicable only to builders remedies projects? Is that the question?
Yes, but SB 423.
Okay,
As
yeah.
proposed.
So no, the objective standards are a part of the Housing Accountability Act. And so that's required, cities are required to have objective standards to evaluate projects for multifamily housing. So projects of 2 or more units.
Thank you. How many, so SB 423 is really a continuation of SB 35. And so I was curious to see how many units of housing have been built in Pinole since SB 35 was signed into law.
If I heard the question correctly, it was how many SB 35 applications has the city received?
Yes.
Yes, 0.
0. Is it likely that we will see any applications via SB 423 in the future in Pinole, just from our track record?
It's hard to predict that. I think one of the biggest hurdles with SB 35 or continuation of SB 35 under this assembly bill is that the developer needs to use essentially pay union wages. And so my understanding is that has that's a pretty high bar for developers and unlikely unless the project pencils out. Maybe it'd be unlikely that we would see the SB 35 application, but it's nothing that I can predict for sure.
Understood. I'm trying to learn a little bit more about the opposition to this bill. I've seen some from can span from unions to organizations like Cal Cities, and so I pulled this item because I plan to vote no on this opposition letter. I think this bill has less to do about local control and really more to do about the housing crisis here in California. And I'll preface this by saying that I'm very thankful for the leadership of our past council and of our continued leadership of our current council, who is really dedicated to building more housing here in Pinole for people of all income levels. We're doing great in moving towards our greener goals here in Pinole, but this bill really isn't for us. It's not for our city. This bill is really aimed towards jurisdictions here in California who do all they can to evade state housing laws, to the point where some of them are being sued by our California Attorney General, and they're leaving all the heavy lifting to cities like us, who are good actors, who comply with state housing laws. And so, once again, I think that this is something that I don't think is overreaching. I think that it's warranted, especially with the track record of a lot of cities here in California and their patterns of evading state housing laws and not complying. So I don't feel comfortable voting yes to sign on to this resolution to oppose this bill. And I encourage the rest of my colleagues here to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, Mayor Pro Tem Chams?
Yes, I'm a member of the policy, the Housing and Community Development Policy for Cal Cities, and I'm going to take the opposite approach to yours, in that the state legislature has been consistently coming up with legislation to remove local control. That means our citizens' control over housing, as if everything's going to be resolved with government. It's not. That's not the answer. There's land costs, local costs. We as a city, both on our planning commission and our city council, have really overcome a lot of the NIMBY issues that occur in cities. This is sort of a response to, yes, it is a response to the irresponsibility of certain jurisdictions that constantly say no to housing, but it's not an answer. We ourselves, we're possibly at risk of SB 35 projects because we were late in adopting our housing element. There's only about, I think last I heard was about 10% of all the Bay Area cities have adopted their housing elements. And the main reason for that is the overabundance of housing legislation that has been tacked on to local jurisdictions where they have to comply in an accelerated amount of time. And I think it's important that we go along with our League of California Cities in opposing this. This is sort of anti-Pinole. It sends a message that we don't really care what our citizens put in the general plan, what our citizens, came out and spoke and participated in putting stuff in our specific plans, and that, no, you can bypass going to the planning commission for any review whatsoever, because you have, a senator in San Francisco that thinks that he wants to propose legislation that's might be good for San Francisco, but it's not a solution statewide. So that's why I'm supporting the letter to oppose SB 423.
And just as a note, our assembly member is a part of, is a principal co-author of this bill.
I'm not thrilled with that, and she is aware of that.
I'm just letting you.
Yeah, I know. And I'm, when you have a lot of the members throughout the state that have, problems with this kind of constant legislation, it's not an answer.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to note that.
I'm aware.
Any other comments from council? Councilmember Tate?
So I always get, and I know this is a simple thing, but approving a letter of opposition, right? So the language saying yes to this would be opposition to the bill. Saying no to this would be not saying no to the bill. Great. Okay, thanks.
All right, Councilmember Sasai?
Yes, last thing I want to mention about at least SB 35. There's data from the UC Berkeley's Turner Center that said in the last the first 4 years that SB 35 was in effect, over 18,000 units of housing have either been approved or in the process of being approved, and 3/4 of their units are below market rate. So I believe that the housing crisis will take a lot of different approaches. And I believe that this is one that is very effective. I'll also share that this is a bill that is actually championed by labor here in California. Among the supporters include the Southern California District Council of Laborers, the California Nevada Conference of Operating Engineers, and the California Conference of Carpenters, who I believe were just in Sacramento rallying for this bill to be signed into law. So once again, I'll be voting no on this opposition letter. I know the wording sounds very weird, but that concludes my statements. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sasai, did you want to make a motion on the consent calendar?
Yes, I'll move to approve item 9A as amended by Councilor Martinez Rubin, as well as consent items 9B through 9E.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Tom second. Any questions on the motion or comments? City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All
I'll
right,
move, we approve, item 9F.
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have Rafael Menes that wanted to comment on.
on
9F.
9F, thank you.
Thank you. I want to reserve my comments on 9F for this point. Let's see. Oh, still is power good. So first off, I'm speaking tonight, not just for myself as I typically do, but also for the Contra Costa Young Democrats who have formally taken a position in support of SB 423. And some of the members of that organization helped to address some concerns that I, as a planning commissioner, had with SB 423, because I was concerned about the language, as many of you undoubtedly are, removing public oversight. And the points that they made were, first off, that there's still, on one level, public oversight in the creation of the objective standards, which apply to all projects, and to a lesser extent of a design review that can be carried out. Secondly, that SB 35 doesn't cover every project. It covers a certain subset of ministerial projects that only apply in cities that aren't meeting RENA requirements in a certain way. And I went ahead and looked this up on the state housing website. And it basically, there's two subcategories within SB 35 that apply. There's one subcategory that is if we aren't meeting our above moderate RENA housing goals, and we are meeting those now because of the major projects that are in development. And the other category is if we're not meeting the low and very low housing goals that SB 35 can trigger, but only if a developer is willing to make their project 50% affordable units or greater. Now, in my experience, most developers are unwilling to make that large a portion of their projects affordable. So I don't think that it's going to have particularly substantial impact on Pinole. I think that one of the reasons that was brought up in discussions around this for why the public oversight was being removed was that it's for a ministerial project, and by default, ministerial projects don't have hearings. They don't have, the overall sequence stuff because they're not discretionary. It's a by right thing. If it's set up to, go through the process step, there's not a need to have a separate public hearing because only objective standards can be applied, not subjective standards, not subjective conditions. But some cities were using the language that currently exists in SB 35 to try and subvert the intent of the law by having public hearings to sort of undermine the ministerial and objective standards that they already had set up. So I urge the council to oppose this letter of opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Menes. All right, any other public comments on this item?
No, there are no more public comments.
Great, we'll bring it back to council. Are there any comments or questions about this item?
No, I move the item.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a second on the table. And any questions or comments about the motion? City Clerk Bell, if you will call the roll.
Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
No.
Councilmember Sasai,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, thank you so much. The next item is our public hearings. Item 10, there are no public hearings this evening, which brings us to item 11, which is our old business. There's no old business this evening, bringing us to item 12, which is new business. The first item is a continued item from a previous meeting, which is 12A, City Road Condition and Pavement Management Program Update. We have Director Mishra here to follow up on the conversation. So we'll take it to you. Thank you, Mr. Mishra.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members and city staff. The last council meeting, we provided a presentation with respect to pavement conditions. And there's currently no new information. If you like, I can bring up the presentation. And if you have any discussions on those particular slides, I would be able to answer them. Ms. Kaur also online if we need to get into deeper details. Then we can answer those questions as well.
All right, thank you. We'll go to council questions first to see if there's any questions from council members. And I do have one. If I'll start us off. How about that? I just one question. I just wanted to know, what are the critical next steps that staff is taking now that we have this program update and report?
So the next steps the staff is going to be taking is to go for a public engagement process to understand what Pinoleans really want from this. We will have those inputs brought to the council back and be part of the long-term financial plan for the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Tate.
So Director, when we look at, we have 10.3 million square feet of road. And, if we use 10 tons and, in the resolution, and I know our staff is working hard to balance everything with the small staff we have. Have you given thought or have we modeled what a department of our size versus a department of the size that would be able to make forward progress on this and not handling just emergencies, what that would look like? And this might be to the city manager as well, is have we found out what that looks like in today's market, coupled with contracts? My concern is that there's a considerable less amount of money being spent when you do the maintenance or the preventative maintenance. And I mean, orders of magnitude of 100, right? And I'm just trying to focus our staff on that portion, or try to see how we focus our staff on that portion and what that actually looks like. How many people would we, and maybe this might help gauge a min max for the council. What is the ideal amount of people that we would need to maintain our roads? And I mean, not the ones that are just destroyed. I'm just wondering, maintenance wise, what would that look like?
Yeah, so I'm happy to get that conversation started. So as Director Mishra and Ms. Carr described recently, the tool that we and other Bay Area cities use is to decide what types of treatment are most appropriate for our different road sections based on their conditions, called Street Saver. And so what that does is it'll run a bunch of scenarios for you, depending on what parameters you establish. So if you said we have a fixed amount of money to spend each year, it would tell you what types of treatments to use that on and what types of roads. So I think the question you're asking is how do we decide how many resources to invest in our city crews to get some of this work done? And I think there's not a cost difference. What Street Saver will tell us is what kind of treatment we should use to get to a certain condition or with a fixed amount of resources. Street Saver there's only certain types of treatment that city crews can do versus professional construction companies that do road reconstruction. So the critical path is still determining what types of treatment we want to do on what types of roads. And then for some of the lighter treatment, which is the maintenance of the roads that are already in good condition, the city can decide whether it wants to hire vendors to do that work or do that work in-house. But that determination is something that we can make further down the road right now. So first we need to decide what types of treatment on what types of road. And once that's been decided, we can figure out how to do those treatments, either using in-house resources. And we're only able to use in-house resources to do essentially the lightest types of treatment.
Right. What I'm trying to do is in a very simple way, understand those levels particular to Pinole. And I know that our report did show something that just as a maximum to replace every road in the executive summary is showing that it's 130.8 million. That's full replacement, every road, 52 miles of road and 10 million square feet. And I know that's not gonna happen, right? But the reality is that what we're asking, or what the suggestion in this report was, roughly $5 million a year to show forward progress moving forward, right? And we're spending
Barely 1 million.
1 million. So we're off by a factor of 5 to be moving forward. And I'm just trying to put this in perspective because I want our citizenship to know that this is really a tough battle. And I know that a lot of our roads are being repaired by our crews, and we're trying to keep, our heads above water. But I think we need to come up with a different model of funding this. I think we need to come up with a way of figuring that part out. And I really appreciate you and your team to reach out to the community to make sure that we're educating them as like, this is the magnitude of where we are as a city. I know that we have this council and previous council is really supportive of getting the tools, making sure our team's trained, making sure that we could at least get to the emergencies. But when you look at this kind of scale, it's really begging the question, well, how do we get to forward movement? And I'm not sure if that's partnering. I'm not sure if that's, more equipment, more staff, and what that balance looks like. But it sounds like the first step is really understand what we can do in-house and what we can't do it.
Okay, let me give some perspective to that. So the staff and the equipment, all that we have in the operation and maintenance, it's really doing most of the patchwork and cold asphalt for pothole repair. And once that is, during this summer, we do have plans to actually go ahead and do patchwork. But that is not going to significantly increase your PCI.
Right.
It would not. Even if your next round of inspection would show us that the road PCI overall is not going to increase. So the financial model, what the city manager just mentioned, the street saver that we use, so that is never going to show that our needs has gone down. And that is basically the city crew for most of the jurisdictions of our size or a little bigger. It is always just maintenance, patchwork, so that at least your rideability is there. Major repair of the roads is rarely done within the crew because all this crew is very small, 7 to 8 staff who also does all the other things in the city.
Right.
And so during the summer months, it is most of the city who has a paving crew, but they have paving machines. We don't have paving machines. We just have a truck which takes the hot mix asphalt. So we are much smaller than that. So our operations and maintenance is really just patching a bigger piece, maybe say 10 feet by 5 feet patch. That's how we can. So it's definitely the resources are not possible for actually Pinole to acquire enough personnel, enough equipment, even with in addition to say San Pablo or Hercules had their crew, it is really a Herculean task. This is not going to work out for the amount of work we need to do to repair our roads, just to give you a scale of that.
And that's kind of what I wanted everyone to hear, right? Is that, but I want to say that the partnering vehicles do work when you contract, right? Or when somebody's already mobilized and you back contracts. I'm not saying we should do these large scale RFPs across 4 cities, which I don't know if that's an option, but I do know that just like the CCTA executive director mentioned, the dollars sometimes attract more dollars, right? And those larger projects, especially with all these federal monies coming down, I think we need to find a way, and I mean, this is just my opinion. I not it's not in responsible charge of that element of this, and I would leave that to you guys, but I'm just wondering, have we explored any contract vehicles that and talked to counterparts in other cities to try to find out, well, hey, what were you doing this summer?
Yes,
We'd like to figure out if we can piggyback that. I mean, I know that when I was on planning commission, we did try to pave a road. I think it was Appian during rainy season, and it was like a disaster. The stuff started sliding down the hill, and I mean, this was a while back, but you know, I understand timelines that matter as well. Have we explored anything like that, or could we?
I have explored that with the City of San Pablo Public Works Director. We had a discussion with the City of El Cerrito and San Pablo and myself. And the only thing that's actually remains is that our needs has to arise almost at the same time, and our type of treatment has to be similar. Then a bigger project for both the cities or 3 cities can be partner. I have discussed, but you know, opportunities haven't presented itself yet.
So everyone's still kind of going through that, what bucket is everything in?
Yeah.
And then once everybody figures out I have 2 miles of crack ceiling and I have 6, and then you would try to figure out the RFP that way.
Yes, but crack sealing is something which we do in-house, that we would not need help with going with some cities. The ones what we would probably, which would help the economy of scale, is probably large slurry seal or mill and fill, those kind of rehab.
Okay, so like resurfacing.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And Director Mishra, when you say those cities, are you also working the same way with the County Public Works Department, or exploring those options, or does that make more difficulty happen? How does that work?
Yeah, no, I haven't worked with the county public works because I believe county is pretty big in that respect. So our needs with other cities around us may be similar. Counties needs are, you know, pretty diverse, but I haven't explored that.
Okay. The reason I mentioned that is because the cities, of course, would be of interest, but we're surrounded by so many unincorporated areas, including Bayview, Mount Alvin, and El Sobrante, and Terra Hills. I mean, we're surrounded by unincorporated areas, which are, I'm assuming, under the Public Works Department of the county. If we can engage with them as well, I know we talked about that with our shared service agreement conversation at the strategic planning session, as well as a previous meeting, but I would love to see how we can partner that way as well.
Okay.
And maybe even just talking to our supervisor can help with that.
No, not a problem. I can reach out.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring something up. You might have savings by working with other jurisdictions. But at the same time, coming up, you're going to be spending attorney's fees in coming up with an MOU. So you have to weigh the time and then managing between a city and county or 2 cities, whose proportion of the contract is here and whose is there. And so you might be spending money to save money and come up with the same amount.
Hey, Councilmember Chase?
I'm sorry, can I ask a question along those lines to the city attorney? I know there's other MOUs that are similar in nature. We have an MOU with the library. I know that's not really to scale, but are there similar MOUs that are out there? Because that was a reservation of mine, was, you know, how much of the director's time, how much attorney time, how much, you know, admin time is it really going to take to put something like that together? I mean, are there MOUs and maybe the city manager that exist out there that rather than reinventing the wheel, we try to use that MOU, tailor the language to protect Pinole really, and implement or at least propose?
Through the chair, yeah, there are definitely examples of MOUs that we can use as a template. Oftentimes the cost associated with negotiation of MOUs are when you start getting into the time around going back and forth on terms. And so if it's a complicated type of MOU, or if it's, if there's, you know, both parties feel very strongly about certain outcomes, you can have several rounds of back and forth of just negotiations that involve not just the city attorney, but, you know, other, you know, department heads and others involved, staff time. So, but if it's something that's fairly straightforward and it's the type of an arrangement that's been, you know, used by other cities, and it can be fairly efficient, and quick and streamlined, but it just depends on the parties. And, you know, if you have a good relationship with the city, that could obviously enhance and help things. It's a negotiation.
Mhm. Yeah. Great point, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Thank you, Councilmember Tate, for that clarity. All right, any other questions for this item? Yes, Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. The report mentions community outreach as sort of a next step. What is the nature of that community outreach? Is it more the public education? Does it also entail asking the community what types of funding that they'd be on board with?
I believe that would be part of the long-term financial plan. Maybe City Manager Murray can explain that, the funding part of it.
Sure. So Director Mishra and Ms. Carr and Ms. Epson and I have started to share some ideas about what the community engagement process might look like. I think really critically, this idea of these scores, average scores across the jurisdiction and what they look like in real life, and then the kind of the exponential cost difference in repairing. It's actually a pretty complicated issue to get people to understand. And so I think the key part will be through online, but also in-person mechanisms, show people what some different options are so that they can provide input on what their desired service level is, basically. So would you like to see your city streets look like da, 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 and here's some cost information. It doesn't have to have a specific funding mechanism associated with it, but would provide you a sense of the magnitude of the scale, or scenario B or scenario C. And then once we get some input from the public, we would bring that back to the city council, and the city council, based on your own wisdom and the input from the public, could incorporate into the long-term financial plan one of those scenarios as the city's goal. And the long-term financial plan consultants will be advising us on if to achieve a certain scenario and standard, we need new funding, would advise us on the type of funding mechanism that would be appropriate. We weren't envisioning, so there might be many different needs that the long-term financial plan identifies and potential funding mechanisms. We weren't envisioning as part of the long-term financial plan doing polling on those things, but that's something the city council could consider further down the road when it became closer to the time the city council needed to make a decision about whether to place something on the ballot. So the long-term financial plan can be based on your own wisdom and the community feedback, but then when it really gets time for a go or no go decision on something like a ballot measure, you could do some additional research if you wanted.
Thank you. That's really helpful. My second question is about the budget scenarios that you mentioned, and you can see it on page 21 of the report. Scenario 3 and 4 are actually the only scenarios where we see an increase in PCI out of all these different scenarios here. Scenario 4 is the only scenario where we see a backlog decrease. And so I was wondering if these are arbitrary pricing here. Is there any way that we can get in the middle between scenario 3 and scenario 4 where we may be able to decrease some of the backlog, but still increase the PCI without jumping from, right, it's an increase from our current annual expenditures of $1 million to 3, or the $1 million to $11 million. It's a pretty huge jump there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, the Street Saver tool lets you run your own scenarios. And so I think for the purpose of public engagement, the city staff would work to develop some scenarios that we thought might be attractive. And I think very likely they would fall in between these. And so, for instance, we've used this example before. If your citywide PCI is 70, that could mean that half of your roads are 100 and the other half are 40, right? Well, that's not the same as having every road in the city is 70. So there needs to be some more fine-grained definition of what those scenarios are. It might be average of such and such with no street lower than such and such and running those figures. And so, yes, we fully expect that in developing the scenarios, we would also develop scenarios that are not overwhelmingly costly, right? So there's a certain point at which, I don't think the community expects that every road is going to be 100%. And I don't know that that's affordable given some other priorities we might also want to fund. So yes, we could develop lots of different scenarios.
Gotcha. Sorry, my last question, very quick. It doesn't have anything to do with the budget scenarios, but the fix it first technique. It makes sense economically. I'm curious to know about roads or road maintenance for streets where the PCI is 25 or lower. How often do we have road replacements here in Pinole? And does it come first? Obviously last, right?
Yes, I mean, the fix it first approach is to save your roads, which are already in good shape, not letting it fall below, below 70. If your road has reached PCI 70, you would want to keep it slurry sealed so that it gives you more life on that. But if a road is already at a PCI 20, not spending your dollars there, letting it fail until you can afford to completely replace it. That's what basically the fix it first approach is.
Got it. So if a resident lives right next to a residential road where the PCI is 20, how likely is that resident to see a road replacement? Is it not very likely? Is it
not very likely unless it is a priority or it's a council decides. As a city, we can decide whatever we want to do that way. So it is not, but if you're asking about how the street saver would turn out, it's not likely to get replaced unless you have enough funding to go through all the other streets.
Got it. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? City Clerk Bell or Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Good evening again. Good evening again. Let's see, is audio working?
I think so.
All right, now it's working, good. So a couple points on this. First off, with regards to public engagement, one point of concern I have with that is that public engagement be properly foregrounded on the city's website. I know that, for example, and this is going a little bit beyond the agenda item, that the city currently has a balancing act project that it's doing with regards to the budget as a whole, but you can't really find that on the city's website unless you're going into the administrative report and finding the hyperlink there. Like if you use the search function, you can't find it. If you look on the front page, it's not there. If you look in the finance department, it's not there. So to link all that back to the agenda item, I'm concerned that if we did public outreach through the city's website, that we might end up in the same situation unless we find a way to address sort of that non-discoverability of public engagement solutions. Secondly, with regards to some of the concerns raised by Councilmember Sasai about basically the roads in terrible condition never being repaired, I think sort of the core point of this report and of past reports is that the sheer cost of repairing roads that are in terrible condition is so great that to fix one segment of those roads would be, effectively speaking, like letting 4 segments that are currently at status 70 decay down to status 50. And that's why we have the fix it first approach, because of just the vastly greater cost of repairing things. I mean, like we have, I think, Brant Court in particular, where some funds were explicitly earmarked by the council to offset the damage that's going to be caused by moving an entire house into that court. And that's a substantial amount that's going to be needed to, offset the damage that's going to be caused by the council's approval of the project. So that's not unreasonable. But at the same time, the funds dedicated to that, dedicated to fixing that one court's segment of road, aren't going to be funds that can be used to do road paving and patching for other segments, because the road paving and patching just costs so incredibly much less than road replacement, both because, as Director Mishra noted, the in-house benefits of being able to use in-house city equipment, staffing, supplies. And also just due to the sheer magnitude of cost of tearing out a segment of road and replacing it entirely. So yeah, those are my comments on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, we'll take it back to council for any more questions, comments, or any direction to staff on this item. Councilmember Tate.
I just wanted to say, how many roads do we have that are zero remaining life? I mean, do we have that number? I mean, like, I know I'm looking at this chart, I'm noticing there's a lot of roads that are just done, and need that complete rebuild.
That's a lot, but don't have it top of my head.
Yeah.
The report itself has that.
Somewhere in here.
Yeah, the report itself, not the staff report. There's attached PTAP report there that, goes through the details.
So what we're looking is like, how many roads and how, because what I'm getting at is that if your road has zero life left, you're more inclined to want to pay for your road to be fixed, right? You're going to have some opinions on how that road is going to be versus somebody that's road is maybe at a 90 and has 48 years before the road remaining life. I'm just how we engage, again, this getting back to the engaging the community. I know that I walked roads that were pretty bad and people were really mad, like really mad. But the roads that are nice, I mean, they're going to have a little less to say about, or more inclined not to pay for because their road's fine. And I think we have to look at this as we're messaging to make sure that the entire Pinole knows that roads aren't good everywhere, right? And I think that's part of that messaging. But I also want to speak to the way the Fix It First model, it inherently disregards those roads as part of the system. And you could imagine how somebody might feel calling and calling and calling, and we know we can't fix that road. And I'm sure it's either the call has gone unanswered, but I don't know if there's somebody on the other end that's willing to say, hey, sorry, that road is off the cliff. And that's why we're out here engaging, right? I mean, so it's a difficult conversation. So how we engage, I think we need to make sure that we are sensitive to the fact that there are roads out there that people feel they are left on an island. And how we engage them back into the fold and what that means for the city as a whole. So I think as we do that messaging, we need to be able to pull back what that means for the city as a whole.
Thank you. I'm going to ask council, in order to respect time, that we either continue this item for a future council agenda, or we make a motion for to direct staff on action. Or we continue and receive the report, which is fine too.
Just
Mayor
to
Pro Tem
clarify,
Tom.
I think the recommendation was just to receive the report.
That's the recommendation, but I was offering two options, which are to deliver or make a motion to direct staff for next steps, or to, again, receive the report, or to make a different motion. But otherwise, we will continue on with the agenda if there are no motions. I have Councilmember Tabe and then Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin hasn't spoke yet.
Thank you.
I move that staff proceed with the direction that you know to do. You mentioned it at the top of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you.
So
Councilmember Tabe.
So I'd like to make a sub motion to that. I believe a sub motion is when you can make a motion that's handled and then it rolls to the acceptance of the report. Is that correct, City Attorney? Or what's that called when you make a motion? Or you just make a motion?
How about if I withdraw my second and
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tom. So there's no motion on the table that's affirmed yet.
Okay.
If you'd like to make another motion, that'd be great.
So I'd like to make a motion that staff review this information and come back with what the community engagement program looks like upon, and that way we could accept the report and the community engagement plan. and then move forward with, as part of this report. The next time we do it, that we make sure we're messaging out to the community and that that's part of this report moving forward. So.
Thank you, Director Mishra. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, are you seconding that motion?
No, I think it's not a messaging issue. I think when it comes to the point of identifying what parts of our city's roads need repairs and how they're gonna be done, the bigger question is about funding. And so when the time comes that we get to that, after the staff has done their taking the steps that that Director Mishra described earlier, following this report, that the matter that you identified, where people are going to feel more inclined to give input one way or another, boils down, in my opinion, as to how people vote to begin with, or at all. And that is that if it is a very personal matter that concerns them, they're going to be inclined to vote one way that's going to favor them. I think our expectation of having people throughout town talk about the overall the desire of having a road system with a PSI larger than 60% throughout town. I'm going to be, I think, St. Thomas, to be seen whether we're going to get that kind of feedback. But I think that in what the staff plan to do to go out and inform people, even about what it means, what PCIs mean, what those translate to visually, is going to be a great effort. And as we know, folks most concerned about their own streets are going to have something to say. Those who are happy, not going to say something. So I think to have an additional step about an engagement plan is going to address the problem that we have about people not necessarily participating. And it's up to us to be aware of the level of participation among the public at all, and weigh that, just like you did by identifying what could conceivably be leaning in one direction or another, and complement what we're aware of with what staff has identified, and as well with using the modeling system, if that's what it's called, the modeling system that is in place.
Thank you. To move us forward, I'll second the motion. And then I'll also ask if there's questions or comments about the motion.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
To that comment.
Councilmember
I agree with what you're saying, but I do want to add that I think as part of government in general, I think we have one person from the public in the chambers right now. And I think if anything that COVID's taught us is we're gonna have to at least attempt, right? The attempt to reach out, to reach out to the public, I think has now become necessary more than ever. And that's why I do agree with the fact that people are going to vote the way they're going to vote, and that we're going to see comment sway one way or the other. But I want to make sure that we offer people that platform. This is why I added that platform for communication, so that they feel that they can say, hey, I don't like this, or hey, I want this better, or hey, I'm doing just fine. Right. And I think it's important for us to at least go through that step, so that our public knows that the door is open to engage. I do feel that people are going to do exactly what you said. Some people are gonna ignore it. Probably most people are gonna ignore it, but I think that step needs to be there. And that's why I asked.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Any other questions or comments on the motion?
Just can you clarify what the motion is again?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Chance, thank you.
So I'd like, oh, go ahead.
No, Councilmember Tave, you can repeat, and then the city clerk will.
Yeah, I was making a motion to have staff come back with an engagement plan coupled with this report upon acceptance of a public engagement plan.
Okay. Is that clear, City Clerk Bell, as a motion? Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai, and then we will need to move
Thank
forward.
you. Thank you. How long would the public engagement process take, and when can we expect that data to come back to us?
We expect the public engagement process will take 2 to 3 months, and before the long-term financial plan. So we are expecting by August. Before August, everything should be wrapped up.
Thank
But
you.
if it's,
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem
If
Thomas. Go ahead.
we're having to have staff come back to us with the public engagement plan, you can't get started until you come back. So we're gonna hear it again, and we're gonna have it on an agenda again. So they're probably not gonna have time to come back to us unless it's a plan that's put on consent.
So city manager, are we gonna, is that true? Are we gonna miss our window to get into the long range financial plan?
So the city council can adopt the long-term financial plan when you're ready, when you feel like it's ready. It's not, I think are on schedule with our consultants to bring it to the preliminary draft of it for presentation late August or early September. So we'd like to have the public engagement information back for you all to consider to incorporate a decision about road funding in the long-term financial plan. So it is true that it'll delay the public engagement process if the city staff needs to come back, but it's not bumping up against a critical deadline. I think the bigger picture goal is to have a long-term financial plan in place sufficiently far in advance of a potential future revenue measure that there's enough runway to do the public education. So if the long-term financial plan is adopted in September, I think that does provide enough runway for a potential ballot measure in November 2024.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. City Clerk Bell, we're going to call the roll on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmembers Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Taves.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
No.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go to item 12B, which is an update on the Pinole thank you, Director Mishra, and also Ms. Carr.
Thank you.
Online, we see you. And thank you for coming back for this item. We're going to continue on to item 12B, which is under new business. That's the update on Pinole Perks Community Gift Card Program. Director Whalen, thank you for your patience. Good to see you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members, and staff and members of the public. Good evening. I'm Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director. And tonight we'll be reviewing the results of the Pinole Perks program. Next slide, please. As you may recall, the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, was a $1.9 trillion federal economic stimulus package enacted in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was signed into law in 2021. The city of Pinole received over $4.6 million from ARPA. We conducted a survey of residents and workshops in the fall of 21 to learn more about how the ARPA fund should be spent from the community's perspective. The council allocated $300,000 of ARPA funding to a small business grant program and $100,000 of ARPA funding towards a community gift card program. And that's what we'll talk about tonight. The goal of the community gift card program was to provide assistance to businesses and aid households in need during COVID recovery. Staff developed a recommended program design, and in December of 21, the council provided direction on the program. And in June of 22, the program launched. Next slide, please. But first, what is a community gift card program? Community digital gift card programs allow for the purchase of digital gift cards that are only accepted at certain businesses in a community. And these programs could be designed to promote local businesses, encourage shopping and dining at local businesses, and incentivize restaurants to resume and continue their patronage of local establishments during the COVID-19 recovery. The program works by providing a portal for the purchase of digital gift cards by the customer. The city then provides financial incentives to purchase the digital gift cards by offering an incentive program, so like a buy one, get one promotion in order to incentivize purchases of the cards. That would increase gift card sales and encourage spending in the local community. Local businesses in turn accept the digital gift cards for purchases. Next slide, please. Staff engaged with a professional marketing firm and partnered with the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce to develop the program. Regarding the program design, city staff researched and interviewed 3 different vendors and recommended the company Gifty to serve as the platform for the Pinole Perks program. Similar to other gift card program vendors, the fees collected by Gifty to support the program are not paid for by participating merchants or by the program sponsor, the city, but they are paid for by the purchaser of the gift card, the consumer. The program design parameters in this particular case recommended a portion of the budget to support marketing and branding, as well as outreach and advertising. And the remaining funds were to incentivize the purchase of the gift cards by offering customers bonus gift cards, also paying the EFT delivery fee of $1 per card plus 5% of the purchase cost of the card, paying the bonus gift fee of an additional $1 per card, and then offering a further discount to eligible low-income resident populations. In order to incentivize customers to purchase the Pinole Perks card, the city offered the following incentive system. So we offered customers to buy a gift card and they would receive a bonus card equal to half the value of the original purchase, with a maximum purchase of $200 per card. There was a limit of 5 cards per person, and the bonus gift cards expired 120 days after purchase, and any expired unspent bonus gift funds were then returned to the city for redistribution after a restocking fee by EFT. And all purchasing and delivery fees would be paid for by the city as well as an incentive. An additional discount on community gift cards was provided through the program to assist low-income households in need. Eligibility for the additional discount would mirror the standard incentive system that I just described. However, with low-income residents of Pinole receiving a gift card equal to the entire value purchase. So if someone spent $50 on a card, they would receive their standard $25 bonus money and then an additional $25 gift from the city. Next slide, please. A critical component of the program was to recruit local businesses to participate, with one of the main objectives of the program being to support small local business. The parameters for business participation in the program were that the business had to be a for-profit retail, restaurant, cafe, or personal service business. They had to operate from a physical storefront, maintain a business license, have no open code enforcement cases, fewer than 20 full-time employees as of the end of 21. And they were either independently owned and operated or a locally owned chain. And the eligibility parameters for businesses to participate in the Perks program are similar to the parameters that we used for the ARPA-funded small business grant program. Next slide, please. The program design parameters recommended $15,000 of the total $100,000 budget to support marketing and branding, as well as outreach and advertising. The remaining $85,000 was to incentivize the purchase of gift cards by offering the promotional bonus gift cards, paying the delivery fees, and then offering the further discount to low-income resident populations. Next slide, please. So now for the program highlights. So on the whole, we are very proud of the success of the program. Since the program launched on June 10th of 22, and as of last week, close to $200,000 in Perks cards have been sold, and over $65,000 in cards have been redeemed at participating businesses in the community. Over $130,000 in card sales are attributed to customer purchases, and almost $65,000 in sales are associated with city subsidized bonus cards. The city's also subsidized over $8,000 in delivery fees that were charged by the vendor. Of the 897 customer purchase cards, which never expire, 749 cards were redeemed, totaling close to $109,000 in sales. Additionally, 148 customer purchase cards are still available to redeem, and those are worth about $15,000. Of the 793 bonus cards provided by the city, 745 were redeemed, totaling just over $59,000 in sales. 33 are still available to be redeemed, and that's worth about $2,500. And there were 39 cards that were expired and restocked of the bonus cards. With respect to the value of the cards, the majority of cards sold were purchased at the highest denomination allowed, which is the $200, with 20% of the cards sold at the $100 denomination and 9% at the $50 value, and then tapered from there for the other denominations. Next slide, please. Challenging component of the program for staff to implement was the recruitment of merchants into the program, which is why there was a long lag time between authorization from council in December of 21 to begin and program launch in June of 22. Staff invited all businesses that met the parameters for business participation to take part in the program. Over a 4-month period, we worked with the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce and the business community to compile a collection of 20 initial businesses. And once we got all the advertising straightened out and ready to go, the program launched. And over time, the program grew from the 20 initial businesses to the current enrollment of 31 businesses. The current business mix includes 13 restaurant and cafes, 5 spa or beauty stores, and 3 businesses that provide personal services, pet grooming business, and 2 specialty class businesses, a music store and a dance studio, and then 2 retail stores as well. Next slide, please. Cards have been spent mainly at, in looking at the distribution of where the cards have been spent. They've been spent mainly at participating restaurants, followed by retail business, and then personal service. And you can see the chart here that shows that allocation. Next slide, please. The promotion of the Pinole Perks program took a variety of forms, including advertisements on PCTV, the city's administrative report, and social media. 7 banners installed around the city, flyers placed in business windows at City Hall and on the city's website. An advertising collateral that was placed at business locations, such as the window clings you might see around town. We have table tents, point of sale cards, and flyers on their windows as well. We sent a postcard to every postal customer in Pinole. And we also sent email communications to the real estate community and the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. And we also issued a press release. And information about the additional needs-based subsidies is provided on all communications. Next slide, please. Additional outreach to low-income Pinole residents included communication to property management of deed-restricted affordable properties, marine clean energy, the Rainbow Community Center, the Boys and Girls Club of Contra Costa Employment and Human Services Department, the Contra Costa Family Justice Center, and the Pinole Senior Center. A total of 19 residents submitted self-certification forms for an additional needs-based subsidy. Of that amount, 4 residents were not eligible due to their annual income being too high, while the other 15 residents were eligible. Ultimately, 6 qualified low-income residents bought Pinole Perks cards for a total of $1,260, and that equated to $630 in standard bonus cards issued, in addition to another $630 in needs-based gifts. Next slide, please. So to date, we have close to $86,000 in ARPA funds going into the program. The majority of the costs are associated with the bonus cards. And as of last week, about $13,000 in bonus funds remained in the program. However, as of this afternoon, there's only about $8,000 in bonus money left in the program. Next slide, please. Staff conducted a brief review of other nearby cities that used the Gifty card platform to see how they were handling their programs, and especially after we're transitioning out of the pandemic. We found that Oakley and Benicia are winding down their programs and are not considering further funding at this time. Pleasant Hill and Martinez just recently launched their programs. Pleasant Hill had put theirs, I think they launched about 9 months ago, and they put theirs on pause for a while and just relaunched, I think as of yesterday. And Martinez just launched over the winter. And Pleasanton and Concord have decided to continue funding their programs annually, with Pleasanton committing $5,000 annually and Concord $20,000 annually. Next slide, please. So on the whole, the program has been relatively successful at encouraging sales of community gift cards and infusing these funds into the local economy. We do have a small balance in the bonus fund gift funds that remain for purchase, which might indicate that the program might have benefited from additional marketing efforts or possibly increasing the merchant mix, which is mainly focused on food and drink. As almost all of the program's funds have been expended and the local economy has mostly reopened and recovered from COVID, the city must now decide whether or not to continue to subsidize the program, allow it to operate without a city subsidy of funding, or wind the program down. And one challenge is that it's unclear whether people will purchase gift cards if they're not subsidized. Without the subsidy, the perks customers will be assessed a fee by giftee at $1 per card plus 5% of the purchase cost of the card. And this fee may be a detriment to program success. If the city would like to wind down the program by not selling any cards, the city can explore other long-term options for small business development and feature shop local campaigns. So for example, Initiative 4 in the city's recently adopted economic development strategy provides an opportunity to learn about the needs of the local business community. Another option to consider is transitioning ownership to the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce, ownership of the program. There are a number of Main Street and Chamber associations that run these types of programs. I've had an initial conversation with the Chamber Director, and she is open to discussing transfer of ownership to the Chamber of Commerce, who can work with merchants to more actively promote the program, if that's what the council wishes. Next slide, please. That concludes my staff report and presentation, and I'm available for questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Director Whalen. Great presentation. Any questions from council? Councilmember Tate?
Director Whalen. So on slide 7, where you showed the side by side, I'm trying to understand, is it 131,000 plus 64,000 worth of cards sold? Those two bubbles, they show the 131 and the 64. Is that the amount of money spent in the community?
That's the amount of cards that were sold. Yes.
So
that's the amount that were sold. The amount that was redeemed in the community, you can see on row 3 there.
So that's the equivalent of 168,000. Is that correct?
It's about yes.
So we spent 100,000 and generated $168,000 in the community of Pinole. That how that goes? Or $68,000 of activity, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Is the benefit here is we spent $100,000 of ARPA funds and generated $68,000 additional money in the community.
So we put $100,000 into the program. 15 of that was for marketing. The remainder was to subsidize the program with the bonus gifts and the delivery fees. So we've sold close to $200,000. Actually, it's over $200,000 now. And of that $200,000, the city has so far put in about $85,000, including the marketing. And then there's that remainder of bonus money that's still left to be purchased.
So the benefit of to the community is that additional money, right? Like to the businesses?
Yeah, I think the benefit is not only the city subsidy. So we're, infusing some of those dollars into the community at these participating businesses, but we're also generating these card sales. So the customer had to put out money up front in order to get the bonus card. So, and then they're able to spend that money at any of these participating businesses. So anecdotally, I've heard that there, so there were some more, so there was a repeat customers to businesses that they had never been to before. So new customers to businesses because of this program. So that's some of the benefits there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. You mentioned transfer of ownership as possible next step. Transfer of ownership to the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. What does that look like? What does that entail? What are the benefits, downsides of that? And would the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce take care of the funding for the program?
Sure. So as far as what that would look like contractually, I'm not sure about that. I do know that YIFT has let me know that there have been other communities that have done that, transferred ownership of the program, and basically that would be giving the chamber the access to the platform and able to set the maximum limit on number of cards that can be purchased, the value of the cards that can be purchased, letting merchants into the program and making sure that they comply with the program rules. And then the chamber could also, if they wanted to fund some subsidies, they could add money into the program to spur more purchasing in Pinole. And I haven't gotten any indication from the chamber that they have funding that they would like to put into the program. However, one benefit of transferring ownership to them could be that they would have more capacity potentially to market the program, able to work with the vendors more closely to help them market the program themselves. That was one of the things that we found with the program is if a merchant actually actively marketed the Pinole Perks program to their customers or on their social media, they received many more customers than merchants that didn't do that. So working with some of the merchants that maybe didn't promote their the cards that much or at all, something that the chamber could potentially do to make the program more robust.
Gotcha. And then on one of the slides, you had put together sort of the different cities and the county who have chosen to sort of suspend the program, but then some cities who have chosen to keep up the program. City of Concord, I think, was in one of those categories. What are some of the reasons that those cities have chosen to continue the program, and how is it being funded? Is it through ARPA dollars that they've received?
Then I don't know about the funding source, if they're continuing to use ARPA funds or not. That's something I can ask. And then the first question, Councilmember Sasai.
Yes. Do you know of any of the reasons that those cities chose to keep the program going?
Yeah, I think they thought that the program was successful, and they thought it was a good tool in their toolbox to have a shop local program.
Okay. Last question is, of the $4.6 million in ARPA funding that we did receive, how much has not been appropriated at this point?
I will let the city manager answer that question.
Yes, so actually I'm gonna tap the finance director and see if she has that exact amount. But before Ms. Guillory, you make your remarks, I'll mention everybody that the city council had appropriated some ARPA funding for a few specific programs, including the 2 rounds of the small business grant program, in addition to the Pinole Perks. And the city council then took the action to place the remaining ARPA funds into the city's general fund, where it now sits as part of general fund balance. So it's now available for essentially any use that the city council would like to use it for. It's not restricted to some COVID-related recovery expense. And Director Guillory, if you would, what amount did we receive in total? What was specifically appropriated for individual purposes, and how much was placed into the general fund, please?
Yes, so the total was $4,605,009. And of that, we've expended $589,000. And that included a number of things. So it included the Pinole Perks program, which you just heard the update on. It also included a $300,000 allocation for a small business assistance grant program, which was administered last year. And then the remainder of it went toward the mandated weekly COVID testing for public safety staff, as well as some non-public safety staff.
Thank you. And the
We have
difference
just
between
over $4
those,
million remaining in the balance.
got it. And so the remainders of those funds, the difference is now in the general fund. It's no longer considered ARPA funding at this point.
It's in the general fund, yes.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
Thank you for the report. So we have spent 85,924 or so, and we have the remaining from our allocation, we have remaining $14,075 or thereabouts. And I'm wondering if one of the options would be if we ended this program, it could then be allocated to other business programs. Is that what I was hearing?
The remaining funds for bonus.
Right.
For bonus gifts. So yeah, I looked at that this afternoon and we have just about $8,000 left in bonus gift funds right now.
About 8,000?
About 8,000, yes.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering if it's worth us transferring it to the Bayfront Chamber if they're going to want to, pull off some administrative costs for managing the program or not, or if we should, maybe run it till the end of this fiscal year and then anything left, maybe we can transfer that to other economic development programs. Is that something that could make sense?
Probably guess that if we let the program run through the end of this fiscal year, the bonus money will be snapped up.
Yeah, and then after the bonus money is gone, there's not really an incentive for anybody to buy the gift cards.
Correct.
So that the program would probably end. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other council questions?
Mhm.
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Director Whalen, did Benicia and Oakley have comparable experiences as Pinole, where if part of the success was to involve people who might not otherwise afford to use these, the numbers are relatively low in our experience. So success is otherwise. The way I see it is that we had this great promotional program for the small businesses, help them that way. And even so, it was the discretionary money that people had that allowed them to buy the higher cost cards. And they benefited because the city, taxpayers subsidized. So I'm curious about Benicia and Oakley's experience, if they had comparable outcomes as we did.
So I know Benicia had a pretty successful program. I think they put, I can't remember the amount of money they initially put into the program, but they know they added money, multiple points in their journey with the program. And I think decided that it ended, it ran its course and they weren't going to fund it anymore. I think I missed a part of your first comments there, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, about connecting the low income to.
Well, I think at one point, part of our interest as council was to see that people was to have a program that would assist people who might not otherwise be able to afford enjoyment, participation, purchasing, increase the purchasing power of people, including those who might have greater need. Yet what was required, or what we actually saw, was that people with greater discretionary income were the ones who participated. There were few, the smallest number of participants were those that were deemed in need based on the eligibility criteria. So I wondered, so in my mind, I'm excluding that as a benefit of this program. I'm excluding the participation of people who would not be otherwise be able to afford going to these merchants as a it didn't happen. We didn't succeed in that regard. We didn't succeed greatly, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I definitely agree that we did not see as much interest or participation from the low income resident community in Pinole. There could be, one of the reasons why is, advertising and reaching that community. Perhaps they just weren't reached with the methods that we used. Another point of consideration is we didn't ask, obviously, the other folks who bought the cards what their what their incomes were. So there potentially could have been folks in the community that had some resources to purchase some of these cards and saw the benefit of receiving half the value back to spend in Pinole. But I do agree with you that the low income community was didn't participate as much as I had hoped.
Among the other options that are now on some plan document about economic development, what are some of the more attractive, reachable, doable, given an amount of, let's say, $50,000, if not to be used on a program like Pinole Perks? Have staff thought that far along the lines of what program costs would be to actually implement something that's in plan right now?
We haven't done that yet.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
If I may, I have a slightly different take on that, Director Whalen, and maybe a different way to think of the question is so the economic development strategy actually has a number of activities scheduled for year one that have some out-of-pocket costs. So I guess I would say we haven't thought about how we would specifically use funding that had formerly been used for Pinole Perks, but we have a whole list of year one activities in the economic development strategy of things that we will be doing with some funding that's already been appropriated. I think the city council, I get this number wrong, I think $100,000 on an ongoing basis for economic development activities has already been appropriated. Yeah. So yes, there are lots of things to do off the shelf. And I think, Pinole was an early, and I'll keep my remarks brief, but Pinole was an early adopter of this kind of program, and similarly with the small business grant program. So I'm very proud that a community of our size was able to undertake this program. It did take a fair amount of overhead to get it designed and implemented, and it never really reached a huge scale for a variety of reasons. So I do think it would be good for the city to be able to transition off of this to have it kind of gracefully wind down, and for staff to be able to dedicate its attention to some of the economic development activities that are currently on the shelf and ready to go. So
City Manager Murray, when you say huge scale, what were the metrics that you all were looking to meet that you didn't meet? Because I don't know what does that mean, huge scale?
Well, I think we had something like 30 participating businesses. But what I really mean is there's a kind of a fixed setup cost to do the branding and the marketing and the setup of the platform. And we just didn't have enough participants and businesses participate to drive down the average cost of those things. And that's not about Pinole and its experience. That's about small organizations trying to do things that have a fixed, setup cost.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my only issue. And again, I think it was great that we were early adopters. I do think it infused, as to Councilmember Tave's point, it enticed a lot of investment in our small businesses that I don't think would have otherwise happened. But it was a big lift in terms of staff time to roll out what I think was a really excellent program. And that consumes limited staff time that we could in the future be spending on other economic development activities.
Okay, thank you. I just had a couple questions about your presentation, Director Whalen. One of the slides had merchant eligibility. Can you go back to that slide? Yes, this one. So this is interesting. First of all, I love seeing this because had never actually seen this. And seeing how we have developed this kind of criteria. Now, is this criteria you developed from best practices of other cities who also foster these programs?
So we used criteria that we had used for the small business grant program. And in looking at the types of businesses that could participate in the program, we work with the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce on the different types of businesses that were most impacted by COVID-19 and small local businesses. And that's how you got the list there in the business category side.
Okay. Were there any businesses who applied who did not reach eligibility?
Yes, there were. There was a chain, a number of chains or franchises that applied. There was, I'm trying to scratch my brain here to give you an example. If you want to come back to me, I can take a quick look and let you know.
Okay, yeah, I'm flagging too. I see that has no open code enforcement actions. I really just want to say that's an interesting one. But I do think that's very creative and also centers around the need for businesses to be in line with code enforcement. And that was a surprise to me. I didn't know that was a criteria requirement for participation in this, but very creative from our community development team to do that. I'm wondering though, in that same respect, how many of those businesses were not eligible because of one or many of these criteria. So when you do have that number, it would be great to know. The next slide, I also wanted to, two more or one more. This one, love the slide. This is, I think, a very important piece of, the program, which number one, the Google Map aerial image that you have there really shows that this program was benefiting the small businesses along San Pablo Avenue. It's incredible to see, first of all, how many small businesses Pinole has with logos on a slide, but it's also really exciting to think about for a city that struggle and we are still challenged with what type of economic development programs we want to integrate, let alone can integrate given our budget capacities. I think this slide is really exciting to see the type of linked fate and connectivity that we've created from this program. So I say that because I understand that the Bayfront Chamber is here to foster economic development, but I don't want to erase the work that our team has done in the city to support our businesses. And that connection can take us a far long, right? I mean, this program was something we wanted to test out. I think there was a lot of intent from different council members to do something different, given where we were with COVID. But I also am interested in what other data sets. I know you spoke to a lot of the customer side of things, but also the city administration side of things. What other data sets do we know about these businesses that we have learned from this program?
Mayor Murphy, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
So these are the businesses that are involved in the vertical of this program. It's how many businesses? 30, was it?
31.
31. And that's wonderful because it went from 20 to 31, which is a 50% increase basically. And what I'm hearing is that these are businesses who are now a part of the vertical really of economic development strategy in Pinole, at least through this program. What type of information do we know from these businesses about the business owners about their experience in the program?
Oh, I understand now. Yeah, thank you for asking. And thank you for asking that question. So I did attempt to reach out to the businesses to get some feedback on the program. I didn't receive a robust response. I received two responses from businesses. Both were positive about the program. And had indicated that they had received, new customers and walk-in or repeat customers as well that were new customers who had come back to spend additional money in their store. And if I recall correctly, the other specific feedback, I had asked them the question: would you want to participate in this program if there wasn't the bonus funding for subsidizing And I think both answers were no, that was what was keeping them in the program.
And the subsidizing again is a 50%, right? Subsidy to the card?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so are there options out there where the subsidy is lower, but there's still subsidy?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so if the council, sorry, Tanner.
No, please, Director Whalen.
If the council would like to continue the program in some form, I would appreciate the opportunity to suggest some program changes to the program.
Absolutely. Yeah, we would love to. I would love to see that for sure. I really don't want us to ignore the fact that we tried something new here. And this goes back to our strategic planning session on Saturday, but we tried something new here and it was successful in a micro way. I think there's an opportunity here to expand, whether it's an extension of the program or utilizing and really engaging more with these business owners and these businesses, specifically small businesses that are again represented along San Pablo Avenue, many in downtown Pinole. How can we take it to the next level to engage these businesses in the economic development strategy that we have for the city of Pinole? I'm assuming most of these businesses have never seen that strategy. I think that's a probably fair assumption to make. There are so many things in the year one, year two area that I think would benefit many of these small businesses. Also, you know, in terms of procurement, there may even be opportunities for us to partner with any of these businesses to support them. But I want to be careful about moving such an incredible program that can really link our community's businesses to our city government. And what I see in Pinole Perks was it was one of the most beautiful layouts of a program in downtown Pinole that not only had visibility in downtown Pinole, but had excitement and energy around it. So it wasn't just a bunch of flyers and posters around, but it was truly residents in city business, in Pinole business owners saying, this is a program you want to be a part of. This is a program we want to do. A lot of people were putting it, in their doorways. A lot of people were engaged and seeing they were a part of something that was Pinole centered. And I know that it could be very easy for us to think that we want to move it to a different agency or different partner, but this is something that I feel like we bred, and I think we should foster, right, and nurture that breeding of this program. And I also think that I don't know when the time frame on that timeline happened, but I'd be interested in seeing if we can dig deeper and seeing if some of those small businesses, given their busy schedule, could actually give more feedback. Are you, just so I'm clear, when you say you asked for feedback, was there a survey that was sent out, or was it mostly in-person feedback? How did that work?
It was an email survey.
Okay, got it. So my understanding of some of these businesses, personally, because I've done some engagement with them, is that it's usually a walk-in that gets an answer as opposed to a survey, just because they're super busy. And I completely get that. I know you do too. So maybe if we try to foster some different tactics there, maybe we can get a couple of responses. But I just, again, don't want to dismiss the work that a lot of these people do and the owners and the workers there do. I obviously don't want to dismiss the incredible work of the community development team here in the city and what we've done, but I think there's linkage and I think there's, again, partnerships to be had if we dig a little deeper, particularly again, because I'm just seeing so much excitement, enthusiasm of merchant mix along the San Pablo Avenue corridor. And that is something we've, as a council, talked about a lot, about making sure we have these type of programs. The last question I just want to ask you was on the next slide. I believe it's the next slide. I'm mixing up. Next one. Oh, actually, it was the back one. Thank you. This one's interesting because it said services, 12% services. I was just wondering what that meant. Are those like healthcare services or?
Oh, yeah, the nail salon, spas, services. So they would be, so spas and beauties are in their own category. So yeah,
that's the only reason I was confused. I saw those two and I was just wondering what the difference was there.
I think the dance academy,
okay,
music, and the other vendor are the services. I can also look that up. real quick,
Maybe
too.
like, does fitness go into there, or is that under retail or spa beauty?
I think I think
Okay.
XFIT is under there along with the music and the dance academy.
Okay,
That's what
great.
that.
Yeah, well, again, great presentation. Thank you so much for your data and for the feedback we're getting from this. Again, I would just reiterate, I would love to see this program as a part of our citywide economic development program. It's something that I think breeds Pinole pride as well as we develop new models and new marketing for it, and strengthen marketing and also strengthen the feedback loop and surveying. So thank you so much again. And I will go to public comment because I think we have a couple comments on this item.
Rafael Menes.
Good evening again. The first question I wanted to ask, I think Mayor Pro Tem Tom's already had asked and answered, which was basically, is there any practical use to the cards if somebody, whether it be the city or the Chamber of Commerce, is not subsidizing them? And the answer is no. And I appreciated also hearing from Director Wayland that the businesses themselves, all two of them that responded to the survey, would not be interested in continuing to take part if the cards weren't subsidized. So I think one thing to consider if the city's considering continuing with this program in particular, as opposed to, rolling over sort of the build costs of the advertising and staff time that were done with this, to say, setting up a San Pablo Business District or something like that, is it would also involve an ongoing cost to the city at whatever level the city chose to set the subsidy at. And whether that cost in staff time, in literal monetary cost, would be enough to outweigh allocating staff time and resources to the other items that are already on the economic development plan that the city's already picked out as basically being year 1, year 2 projects and saying, hey, we're going to implement this. I get the point that Mayor Murphy made about this program basically creating a sense of civic pride and engagement in the businesses and the customers to a limited extent that engaged with it. That's not without value. I guess the question is it of sufficient value to be worth additional ongoing city funds and staff time? With regards to the limited success brought up by Councilmember Martinez Rubin of the outreach to the lower income population, I think a lot of that is frankly linked to the merchant mix and to the limitations that were placed on the program. Because frankly speaking, as somebody in that category myself, a lot of the time you don't necessarily feel, even with additional funds, that you can go ahead and do stuff like, go out to restaurants or pet grooming or a dance academy or whatever. A lot of the stuff that fell within the merchant mix is like luxuries, frankly, like, the sort of thing that maybe people right above the low income category would feel like, oh yeah, we've got some discretionary income, like Councilmember Martinez Rubin noted, and that could expand that. And that's a benefit. But I think that if you wanted to target a program more to the lower income population, then it would need to sort of expand to cover more grocer type outlets or things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. So back to the council for any questions. And just for clarity's sake, because I thought I heard that we received or won, I guess, $60,000 from our program. I don't know if won is the best term, it's 1030, but what I saw was the investment of 100,000, the making of 160,000, so that around that number. Is that the case? Or I'm just wondering, what is the cost, cost benefit of a program like this? How much money did we spend on the administration and the staff time versus how much money we made back? Director Whalen?
Sure. So I don't have an answer for you on staff time. We didn't, keep track of the hours. It was a pretty substantial lift, especially in the first half of 2022. And then the figures for the amount of money that was distributed into the community. So as of the writing of the report, because I think it'll be confusing if I update with numbers from today. We sold close to $200,000, and then $165,000 was redeemed. As of the writing of the report with those figures, we had spent about $85,000 on the program. So we had spent about $85,000 and $165,000 was spent in the community, with $50,000 still more out there to be spent by people that have the cards to go spend them. And then as of the writing of this report, around $13,000 was still held in bonus funds to give to people to spend.
Got it. And because this was the first time for the program, I'm sure I'm hearing that we don't have like the hours billed for this from staff's perspective, but I'm wondering what piece of the program took the most time?
Enticing businesses to participate.
I thought so.
Yeah, working with them on what the program was and is. Obviously, developing the branding for the program and all of the promotional materials took a fair amount of time as well. But I would say the number one time consuming part of this was really engaging with the merchants.
I thought so. The reason I asked that because I imagine that would be the most difficult part, is to create a new program and to essentially train new people, right? Because they have to learn the technology, there's new systems. I heard from merchants that they didn't know if their payment processing center that they use was aligned with the Pinole Perks program. So there's some trust built right there. That goes back to that civic connection and that civic pride, right? Of like, we've done that work. I'm wondering if like holding it administratively would be as difficult, given that we've already done, 50% maybe of the work. Maybe I'm underestimating, but 50% of the work already. Would it be as much of a lift next time, given that we have 31 businesses, we have the branding, we have the people who participated already, so we can contact them again if they were interested in re-upping. Can staff provide that type of understanding or I just want to know that, like, how much we're spending time on for you all. I don't want it to be excessive, but again, I also acknowledge that you all have done so much work. Why leave that work where it is instead of building on it? Is there something that staff can provide that way? Thank you, Director Whalen or City Manager Murray.
Yeah, I'm just going to offer, an alternative that Director Whalen and I have discussed, and you're absolutely right. I mean, the startup work has been done.
Right.
Right. So the funds that were originally appropriated have been spent. There's no harm in, maintaining the program. I don't know that lots of additional cards are going to be sold because the subsidies are running out, but there's no harm in letting it continue to exist. That's really no additional staff work. And holding on to it and looking for an opportunity to use it as a springboard and integrate it with some other economic development strategy. So I don't know that we had been thinking about that specifically, but I think your recognition of that opportunity is absolutely, is great. I think so. I think that would be a great idea. So we'd be happy to receive the direction to just continue to let the program proceed on its natural course and look for an opportunity in the future to pivot from it into some other shop local or some other local business support program. I think that would be great.
Right. And then for the subsidy piece, I know the question was asked to the business owners around, it seemed like it was a 0 or 50 instead of like how low can we go? If that makes sense. Like, can we give a 10% subsidy? Can we give a 1%? I mean, I'm just throwing out numbers. And what do those cost estimates look like to us as a council? I mean, what are we working with? Like, do we allocate another, 250,000, or do we start smaller and just keep seeing how the program goes? Again, I feel like you all have done such a tremendous job in this program, and it's been one of the, as you mentioned, a big lift, but also like from the public standpoint, it has been, there has been so much public and support, to me, at least as a council member and mayor of the city, that I would hate for us to lose that. I mean, it would be really a lose-lose, in my opinion, not just for us as a council, but for you all as a staff and the work that you're developing here in the city. So I guess my question is, can you all come back and provide those cost estimates to us and those kind of scenarios even? If it's not 50% of a subsidy, can we go to 10%? Can we go to 15%? But, seeing something, I think, and also who can we partner with? Maybe the partnerships weren't the best for the low income piece of it. I know we worked with MCE. Maybe we need to do more of that. I'm not sure if other council members have ideas, but I am interested in seeing some cost estimates moving forward.
Yeah, we'd be happy to come back with that information. I mean, just as a report back, that's not a request for a future agenda item. That's just a little more information. And as you suggested, I think we can do a little bit more to engage the businesses that participated. So sure, we're happy to come back with additional information about what might be an ongoing investment that would sustain the program. Just a point of clarification, the city council actually adopted the participating business criteria when the funding for the program, I think, was appropriated back in December 2021. I think expanding, and it was intentionally targeted, my recollection is, to businesses that the council believed were most significantly impacted by the shelter in place. But another option, when we come back with information about what might be a reduced but ongoing appropriate subsidy, would be whether it makes sense we would recommend expanding the number of participating businesses, which might help it grow to kind of a critical mass. We'd be happy to provide that information too.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas?
Yeah, just along those lines, I'm wondering, is there a carrying cost? For instance, if there's not a subsidy provided, but we don't want to, end the program, is there carrying costs for keeping a program going if there's not really any activity?
Just a really tiny one, which is discretionary, which is we have subsidized, there's a one-time per card purchasing basically setup cost, as well as a surcharge of a percentage of the value of the card. But those are small amounts. And so we have time to come back with some ideas for how to sustain the program.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I'd like to move that the Pinole Perks program wind down. And as you observed, we have a good pool of, oops, I'm going beyond the motion. That's for discussion. I'd like to move that the program wind down and prepare for involving the businesses that took part in future economic development activities.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? All right, there's no second. Are there other motions folks would like to make? Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
I know that our budget is really tight and we're structurally not balanced right now, but can we defer any decisions until budget time, till we go through our budget?
You mean defer a decision until after the budget has been?
Or during the budget?
Yeah, I think, unless the city council is really ready to make an ongoing commitment, then it's a slightly different color of money. So I think if you said we want to do another subsidy of $10,000, which we think would last for a year, that's a one-time investment of funds, which doesn't impact the structural balance of the budget. So I think that the city council could consider that. I mean, I don't think there's really any rush. You could address that as part of the adoption of the budget, or you could do that soon after the budget is adopted.
Yeah, otherwise we would run out of the subsidy and the program would sort of just languish out there. And it may, die on its own if we don't inject it with funds.
Okay. All right, so are there motions to be made here? Otherwise, I'll move to continue our Pinole Perks Community Gift Card Program. And I will, in addition to requesting that staff provide information to the council, given today's conversation around merchant data. Is there a second to that motion?
Well, so if we take no action, the program continues until we run out. So we don't have to take action.
That's true, but I just had an additional piece about the merchant data information that we need to receive. If that was clear. All right, no second to the motion. That's okay too. Are there other motions that folks would like to make? Councilmember Tave.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or any comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell will call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Please repeat the motion.
City Clerk Bell, do you have that?
my understanding of the motion is to continue the Pinole Perks program with an additional request for staff to come back to council with more information regarding merchant data.
We have
So-
discussion.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin and then Councilmember
Yeah,
Tave.
yeah, the difficulty I'm having is continuing the program, in my opinion, requires an allocation of funds for it because otherwise, what will the program be?
City manager, oh, did you want to? I think there was a comment earlier from Director Whalen or City Manager Murray about the funds that are still available, but can we get clarity on the amount of funds that are still available?
Yes, so as of this afternoon, there were $8,000 in funds that were still available.
Thank you.
And if I could, Mayor Murphy, note that there are other communities that have decided at various points to fund their program and then let the funding draw down and then fund it again around holiday times, let the funding draw down and then fund it again.
Right. And so that's why I think I acknowledge Mayor Pro Tem's Tom's comment about this also being a part of the budget conversation. And I think having some time for that merchant data and more of that surveying could be also an appropriate opportunity for us to think about next steps. So the motion, that's why I made the motion for those two pieces together. But Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I just want to make sure your question was clear about the pot of funds that are still available. Or
I'm just not seeing the difference between the motion that you just made and the winding down. I'm just not seeing that.
I didn't make an alternative motion. You made a motion. It didn't have a second, so I made a motion because we needed something on the table.
Right. Was there a second?
There was.
Okay, and so now we're at discussion, are we? So that's my question. I don't know what the difference between what was just proposed and the program winding down. I don't understand that.
So I, to be clear, I know it's late, so I'll be clear. I made a motion. There was a second to that motion. There's the difference between our motions. The second difference is that I requested that staff provide more merchant data, which your motion did not include. So winding down maybe wasn't as descriptive as you intended it to be. My motion may have been more, I don't know, but what I'm saying is that was the motion as I made. They may be similar. I don't think they are that different, but the difference I think to speak to was the merchant data request from staff. Is that clear or
Would-
do you have follow-up?
Yeah, so can we separate those two components of your motion?
No.
If we want the data, that's fine. Staff can provide that. The continuation of a program without any funding does not make sense to me.
We have funding for the program. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
We have not determined how much funding we're gonna, $8,000 or
know,
$10,000.
It's-
Is that the continuation to the extent up until that time when,
At this point, yes.
okay, all right then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, there was also a discussion where Director Whalen mentioned she was going to review the different scales, right? Like 10%, 25%. Because in theory, you had 100%, $100,000 go down to 50, subsidize 25% to see where that would go. It's late. I'm tired. I don't
I'm
know
trying to get us
how-
through it. I just need folks to pay attention.
No, I got it. I'm just trying to figure out how to add that component in there, or is it already in?
I'll take the friendly amendment.
Perfect.
Thank you. And City Clerk Bell, do you hear that? Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on the motion? All right, I know it's late, folks. Let's stay together. City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any other motions on this item? Thank you. We'll go to item 12C, policies related to environmentally preferable purchases and practices. Director Whalen, back to you.
Thank you. So tonight, I'm pleased to introduce to the council formally our wonderful sustainability fellow, Kapil Amen, to present this next item. Kapil has been working with the city through the Climate Core program and has been focusing on sustainability work for Pinole, including the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and single-use plastics reduction. Kapil conducted the research and drafted the staff report you have before you this evening, and will provide highlights of the report to the council. And afterwards, Finance Director Markeisha Guillory, myself, and Kapil are available for questions that you might have. So with that, I'll let Kapil take it away.
Thank you, Lily. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Tonight, I will dive into policies related to environmentally preferable purchases and practices, also known as green purchasing or environmental purchasing. Next slide, please. For tonight's presentation, I'm going to touch on some background of environmental purchasing, a look at Pinole's current policy, as well as other cities' policies and some helpful tools, next steps, and fiscal impact. Next slide, please. So for some background on the topic, environmental preferable purchasing, or EPP, is the procurement of green goods and services that have a reduced impact on human health and the environment in comparison to their less sustainable alternatives. EPP provides an opportunity for the city of Pinole to use its purchasing power to support vendors that are environmentally and socially responsible. There is room in the city's current environmental purchasing policy to enhance and expand procurement standards and criteria with the goal of purchasing more sustainable goods and services at competitive prices. Next slide, please. The city of Pinole's procurement policy was originally adopted in 2020.
David, if we could go back one.
Yeah, one more, yes. The city of Pinole's procurement policy was originally adopted in 2020 and was last updated in 2022 to include SB 1383 regulations, which divert organic waste from the landfill. The policy's purpose is to provide a guideline for all purchases of goods, services, and supplies made by the city of Pinole. The city's current environmental purchasing policy can be found under Section 7, subsection G of the procurement policy titled Climate Friendly and Environmentally Preferable Purchases and Practices. Currently, this section includes SB 1383 regulations, which require meeting organic waste product procurement targets and purchasing of recycled content paper products and record-keeping compliance. Next slide, please. Additional environmental purchasing criteria are the prioritization of the purchase of zero-emission vehicles and or fuel-efficient vehicles when replacing a vehicle in the city fleet, following the provisions of sustainable guidelines for landscape professionals for landscaping and maintenance services and the use of native and drought-tolerant plants. Also, products that include Energy Star certification and which meet EPEAT energy efficiency standards, such as IT equipment, consideration of solar installation and battery storage on city properties to support renewable energy, the purchase of maximum water efficiency products with WaterSense certifications, such as faucets and shower heads, the leadership in energy and environmental design LEED green building practices for construction and maintenance of buildings. Next slide, please. So the Sustainable Procurement Playbook for Cities is a distillation of in-depth interviews and surveys from 19 cities. The playbook lists best practices for developing an environmental purchasing policy, which include addressing the 3 pillars of sustainability. So that's prioritizing the health and well-being of people and the planet while maintaining a healthy economy. It delineates clear staff roles and responsibilities for the implementation of the policy. It also directs the development of sustainable procurement tools, such as model specifications and vendor survey questions. It also directs the sustainable procurement as the default action for all major purchasing and includes where exceptions are needed. Next slide, please. The best practices also continue on with, it directs the establishment and meeting sustainable procurement goals. It encourages staff to use life cycle costing and total cost of ownership or other best value assessment methods when making purchasing decisions. And it includes the tracking and reporting requirements, as well as directs to periodically review and update its sustainable purchasing policy and procedures as new green products enter the market. Next slide, please. So the City of San Jose's environmental procurement policy is exemplary and is listed under CalRecycle's sample procurement policies and is a favored policy emphasized throughout the previously mentioned playbook. The policy breaks down sustainable procurement into 5 broad categories. The first category is product content and includes criteria such as containing the highest percentage of post-consumer recovered material and the highest percentage of total recovered material. It considers toxicity of a product and impacts to human health and environment. And it also requires manufacturers and suppliers to disclose the material content of their products. Next slide, please. The second category is extended producer responsibility, which looks into the minimization of waste in product design, manufacturing processes, and end-of-life management. Working with companies with free or low-cost product take-back services, minimization of greenhouse gas emissions over the entire product lifecycle, and products that participate in industry finance recycling programs. The third category is environmental product standards, which means procuring goods that meet environmental product standards established by widely recognized authorities. And these could be WaterSense, BPI, and Energy Star certification. Next slide, please. The fourth is other environmental factors. So when no other standards exist, the city can integrate environmental factors into the purchasing decision. For example, purchasing 30% more organic food and snacks for city events. The final category is performance measurement, which looks into the environmental and economic benefits of procurement of environmental alternatives by utilizing an environmental benefits calculators or requests from vendors. Next slide, please. So now we can look at some snippets of other cities' policies. So Berkeley does a great job of specifying the criteria of goods and services, such as purchasing products with low VOCs, prohibition of products with polyvinyl chloride, and a preference for local businesses and businesses certified by Bay Area Green Business Program. And that's just to name a few. Next slide, please. A snippet from Seattle's policy states the preference for procurement from small businesses, minority-owned businesses, and women-owned businesses. And it does a good job of specifying responsibilities, which are assigned to the Department of Executive Administration, Seattle Public Utilities, Office of Sustainability and Environment, and the City Department Directors. Next slide, please. There are many resources published by jurisdictions to foster a successful environmental purchasing program. San Francisco has published their SF-approved Google Sheet, which provides a comprehensive list of various categories of green products and links to purchase them. The sheet also provides a contract language column to be pasted into bid contracts for specifications and the necessary end-of-life procedure for products. Alameda County Sustainability Department has published their successful bids for their green purchasing, such as for office supplies and janitorial services. They also published a how to piggyback on their green purchasing contracts to make it easier for jurisdictions to join this effort. Next slide, please. So it is important to look at the total life cycle cost in green procurement when evaluating the initial cost of a project, which can seem high at first, but there can be huge savings and short payback periods. Some examples are the city of Boston, which saved 4.25 million from switching mercury vapor lights to LEDs. Portland saved 1,500 a month replacing paper towel dispensers with high efficiency dryers. Palo Alto was awarded a $250,000 federal grant for their green purchasing policy. The playbook also goes into debunking the myth that green products are always drastically more expensive. Just from this price comparison chart, you can see that the non-green items and comparing it with their green alternatives, there's like a cost difference of like $1 and some change. Next slide. So some next steps will include enhancing the purchasing policy to encompass a wider range of green products and services, including more specific criteria that look into fair labor practices, local businesses, minority-owned and women-owned businesses, natural resource consumption, toxicity, and other categories. So using best practices to structure the policy with assigned goals and department responsibilities as well. Next slide, please. Staff time. So for fiscal impact, staff time will be required to enhance and hone the environmental purchasing section to include specific criteria to broaden the purchasing scope of green products and services. Time will also be needed to educate city staff on green purchasing for their departments to support implementation, for example, creating a vendor questionnaire in the bid process to learn about the sustainability of a good or service. It is also important to remember that the number of staff hours will be mitigated with the wealth of resources and guides that are already out there. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that the city council consider information regarding policies supporting the procurement of environmentally sustainable goods and services and provide direction as appropriate. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Director
Mayor,
Whalen,
I could
please.
just add on to the staff recommendation there. Thank you, Kapil, for that presentation. And I wanted to add on a staff recommendation. Council could consider that this item be referred to the finance subcommittee to discuss further. And the council could do that and have the finance subcommittee discuss this after the budget process is over. Just an option to throw out there as a recommendation. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. Thank you. And thank you both for this presentation. We'll go to council for questions first. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you for the report. A question around the cap that's that you're working on right now. Do you see an outcome of the cap, including an action that would require amending our policy? You know, our policy for purchasing?
That's a great question, and I can pose that to the CAP team. I don't think they've raised that yet, but it's a good idea to make them aware of that and let them call out any provisions of the policy that might be.
I'm asking mainly because as we develop the CAP, that's going to give us some actions, and here we're taking an action in advance of having the plan, which may or may not be consistent with what comes out of the effort that you're working on with the CAP. So I just want to make sure that we're not jumping the gun on something, that's going to be forthcoming, and that might be, detailed further later on. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Are there any other questions? Okay. Oh, okay. I'm not seeing any other questions. We'll go to public comments.
We do have one public comment. I also want to note that we'll need a motion to extend. the
Thank
meeting.
you, City Clerk Bell. Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting till 11:15.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave, Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Menace, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief on this one. I support the overall aims of the policy. I think it will be beneficial and it would tie into several of the goals of the general plan to implement such a policy, in particular the sustainability element and the various sub-goals attached to that. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of the climate action plan, I think that even beginning to implement more sustainable purchasing and procurement practices and undertaking the sort of worldview change that will be required to prioritize environmental goals, to set up the sort of life cycle reviews, the various sort of staff infrastructure costs associated with adopting environmentally sustainable goods and services procurement would ultimately redound to the benefit of the climate action plan, regardless of what it ultimately ends up being, because I strongly suspect there will be significant overlap in ends. And even if there is a divergence, the sort of, it's late, so I don't quite have the right phrasing for it, but the broader mindset around how to engage with these concepts would, I think, be a net benefit, even if there needs to be some reworking done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, one online commenter, the last four digits, 5748. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, yes, my name's Anthony, senior citizen, longtime Pinole homeowner and taxpayer. I'd like to add two other items to that part of the agenda. And one I had mentioned before, and it may be small, but in terms of purchasing products and supplies for the city that could contribute to the good cause to save our wildlife, fish, and so on, as I mentioned, is to stop buying and stop inventorying plastic, specifically in this case, the plastic sandbags, high microfiber white plastic bags that break up into the storm drain system throughout the city and other cities for the people that come in and borrow our sandbags on a regular basis, and do what a lot of other proactive cities are doing by sourcing and using burlap bags in place of that will last a lot longer season after season, not just one winter and or through one summer before they break up and go into our streams, rivers, and bays. And the other item I would like to have a study on, and I don't know how you would measure it, but it's a start, is to eliminate all the part of the stoplights, like 2 or 3 stoplight signal change signals up and down Pinole Valley Road, from the library driveway, high school driveway, on up through Granada Court, there like and Shea and so on. There are 5 or 6 stoplights there, and the stop and go driving, acceleration, deacceleration, that causes more carbon emissions throughout the day and night, mind you. And the fact that those lights aren't being cued properly adds to 10 to 30% of carbon emissions. And that's a fact, a study that's been done in many cities recently. So that could be done, as well as cue the lights after 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night to blink yellow and red, so people don't have to always come to a complete stop and start up again when there's no traffic or hardly any traffic on the road on a regular basis there. And lastly, on the bottom of Pinole Valley Road, to partner with Caltrans and Mr. Mishra can lend to this, is that to cut an extra lane just past the Jack in the Box for on-ramp that was mentioned as a on-ramp eastbound lane, but a full cutout lane right after Jack in the Box. So you have to get rid of that welcoming.
Thank you,
to
sir.
Pinole
That's
sign,
time.
But that's where it should start.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
So,
All right, do we have any other public comments?
No more comments. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Any questions, comments, or motions? I'll add just two things that I love the next steps portion, and I would love for staff to move forward on all of those next steps. Two things I just want to add, and I'm happy to make this in a motion, but is I'd love for staff to consider the and provide a report back with these next steps on what our city can do to align with the Empower Procurement Program. This is a program funded by the California Energy Commission that gives cities an opportunity to identify opportunities to amplify sustainability outcomes through the increased adoption of clean energies with a focus on distributed energy resources. And I also would love for staff to reach out to CivicWell, which we are now a member of, about technical assistance and grant opportunities. They have a particular program to support procurement as well. I don't think they have a fancy name like Cal Energy does, but they have a similar program to help cities, particularly small cities, monitor and enhance procurement policies around these practices. So just wanted to elevate those two, but love the fact that you all are looking at San Jose and Berkeley for examples. And I think this is really, again, great research and a great game plan to move forward. Are there any motions from council?
Was that a motion?
I will happily make that into a motion to, I move to direct staff to take all the next steps recommended on the next step slide, including, or additionally to provide a report on what our city can do to align with Cal Energy's Empower Procurement Program, Cal Recycles Program, any programs Cal Recycle has around procurement, and then to also reach out to CivicWell about technical assistance and grant opportunity programs.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Ruben.
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Are there any other motions for item 12C? Councilmember Sasai? Okay. Any other items? Okay, great. Thank you. That means we are, thank you so much, Director Whalen. And again, Kapil, it's so great to meet you. Teasing, but good to see you here with us with the council. And again, thank you for everything you're doing for our climate action and adaptation plan, as well as engaging our public on so many different items in our community. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, and I'm happy to help.
Absolutely. Have a great night. All
You
right,
too.
that brings us to our next item, which is our second citizens to be heard. It's a forum for anyone who didn't speak during the first one. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments?
Looks like there are no public comments. Thank you.
All right, and seeing none, that means we are ready to adjourn. Thank you all so much for tonight's conversation, and I'll adjourn the meeting to the regular meeting of May 16th in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Good night, everyone.